Okay. So I'm sure you guys have been watching this. It flip back and forth, between it was actually at 15-15 just recently. So I'm going to be flipping back between global news and CTV, and we might do a little bit of CBC, but I'm going to try to stay away from the CBC. I don't appreciate the reporting. One thing I want to note here is I'm also going to be watching elections.ca. This is where basically all the news are getting their numbers from. In 2015, this is the map of the election. So you'll see on the eastern provinces, they were all red. And then in 2021, Conservatives started picking up some of these ridings. And I think it's interesting now that Conservatives are still picking up some of these ridings. In both elections, the Toronto area was red. Like, majority red. You can see right there, too. Red, right? And that's going to be an issue. If Toronto voters don't swing more blue this time around, we could see very similar numbers to 2021. And in both the 2015 and 2021, even in the 2019 election as well, Toronto's typically voted red. So we need that to change. But anyway, let's get into listening to what the news has to say.
Are outperforming expectations in Atlantic Canada. Let's bring Ben Mulrooney back in. Ben, your father represented Central Nova. You know Nova Scotia quite well. What do you make? I mean, it's still quite early, but what do you make of what we're seeing?
Well, I think you said it right. There's a lot of excitement, but I think it's a little too early for people to count their chickens just yet. As we saw, the numbers were very different just a few short minutes ago. I have no idea what they're going to look like, but the people who are gathering in this room here at the Conservative Party headquarters are paying very, very close attention. And I think Lisa Raitt said it best, that number that the Tories want coming out of Atlantic Canada to be around 9 or 10, and they're sitting at that magic number right now. So it's going to be a long night, but if they come out of Atlantic Canada with a having overperformed, then whatever narrative we've been told to expect, we should throw out the window because it's anybody's game.
I would agree with that.
As you said, it's leading or elected. Yeah. We don't know, but what do you think? What do you think worked for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada? Was it really focusing in on the carbon tax? I mean, that was scrapped, but there was a lot of anger around that.
Well, that was the beginning of the end for the Trudeau edition of the Liberals when they had that special carve out for the carbon tax and they were. I think the Conservatives successfully tarred them with, or rather painted them with the brush of being opportunistic. And that was really the end for them. For some reason, Mark Carney avoided that opportunistic title when he dropped the carbon tax down to zero. But who knows? Maybe in Atlantic Canada, there are people who believe that it's Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives who are responsible for getting rid of the carbon tax.
I mean, Pierre Poilievre made a point to travel to Nova Scotia.
I want to see Fraser's riding. I want to see how that's going, because last time they showed it, Fraser was actually down in votes. And I don't know why people are re-electing Dominic LeBlanc. Like, why is he leading in his riding again? That's ridiculous. I like Smalls winning. I like Ellis ahead. Williamson's ahead in his riding. Perkins is ahead in his riding as well. Not by much, only 70 votes here, but these are good Conservatives. We need them back.
About harnessing those who will vote for him and mobilizing them and getting them to come out and vote.
Well, we'll leave it there. Yeah, he had those large crowds. Let's see if it translates into votes. I'll send it back to you, Donna.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, you too. Appreciate it. All right, look at the bottom of your screen there. These numbers keep changing. We keep saying they're leading and elected right now in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals at 21, the Conservatives at 11. In the last election, the Conservatives had 8 seats in Atlantic Canada. So at this stage, they're certainly picking up steam.
If they can pick up 3 in Atlantic Canada, I think more than the number is what it suggests could happen across the rest of the country. If it doesn't happen across the rest of the country, then this will just be kind of an interesting quirk. But for the moment, I think Conservatives have to be feeling a little optimistic, seeing that they're catching up. And that's how things can be, it's not easy to tell what the numbers really mean unless you sort of know who's gaining and who's losing. And at the moment, Conservatives are gaining and the Liberals are losing.
Okay, Eric, thanks. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson, who is with Senator Pamela Wallin.
Thanks, Donna. We have been watching the results pour in here, and Senator Wallin, we were just talking about is this indicative of that shy conservative vote? Should conservatives be getting excited, or should they still be perhaps not counting their chickens before they hatch? What's your interpretation?
Well, I think we've seen this in the campaign. What the phrase that everybody uses is voter efficiency, right? Which is, and this happens in my home province in Saskatchewan. People win ridings by 15,000 votes or 20,000 votes. You don't need that many to win. But what it does do is it's reflected in popular vote. So we've seen that happen in places like Saskatchewan. We've actually seen it in downtown Toronto this time, where the Liberals are overrepresented in these ridings because they've sucked up all of the NDP votes as well. So it kind of distorts those popular vote figures that we've been operating on, because it's all you've got until you start counting votes. But this is, I think this is a bit of a change. And I do think there are some of those sleeper issues there that we were talking about earlier, things like the carbon tax and energy, those things that are still very real for people who are dealing with affordability issues. Seamus talks about the rural and urban. That's very true in a lot of parts of this country where...
Yes, Fraser's down. Get Fraser out of here. And I love Ellis ahead. Dr. Ellis is great. Again, still early times, but I'm not ashamed or upset or concerned by 21-11. This is typical in the eastern provinces. What I really need to see is Toronto and most of central Canada, how that's going to vote. Because like I was saying earlier, if Toronto votes red again, it could be a Liberal minority. And it'll probably be another NDP or Bloc type coalition. I mean, Liberals won't be able to do anything with a minority, so Perkins ahead, only by 18 votes or whatever, but that's good. We need strong conservatives like Perkins back.
But Mark Carney still wants to keep the industrial carbon tax.
Right.
He wants to keep the pollution cap. And there's a lot of questions around reversing the tanker ban. I interviewed the head of
Bill 69.
Exactly. Yeah. I interviewed the head of TransCanada Energy, which is one of the biggest energy companies in the world. And they said, look, all those have got to go. Now, of course, got to go. Of course, energy companies are going to want all of that out. They're going to want maximum access. But do you think that moved anyone's votes, or are those votes so locked in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in some parts of Manitoba and Atlantic Canada, that anything short of what Pierre Poilievre promised, which was to pull all of that off, has an effect?
I think the voters in those areas are very sophisticated on this. My neighbors at home that are farmers, they understand what the carbon tax means and what emissions cap means. Everybody thinks that's just for oil and gas. It really impacts the agriculture community. When you have things like we put a tariff on Chinese EVs and they retaliated with tariffs on canola. This is a huge industry.
And it's hardly been talked about, to be fair.
It's not been talked about. And the clarifications that we needed on whether Mr. Carney was just talking about transition in the energy sector or really the conventional part of the sector, people's ears are attuned in a very different way. And I was just, for a generation or two of us who grew up on the NEP, the National Energy Program, and the impact it had in throwing people out of houses and businesses for a decade afterwards. This is very sensitive. They're smart. They understand what's up for grabs here, and there wasn't a lot of clarity on that on the campaign from the Liberal side. Some discussion, but not enough. Mr. Poilievre has been talking about this for 2 years, so everybody knows what he means. But you're very right. There's, the consumer carbon tax went. Atlantic Canada led in that particular battle, and there were a lot of unhappy MPs there that said, take this off or you're done. So, it may have had an impact, but we're still looking at clean fuel and legislation that would need to be changed to make anything happen significantly.
Well,
Fraser losing even more now. Fraser's down by 300 votes in his riding.
That one, of course, Donna, lots of folks concerned about the effect on the environment as well. Right. So that is just some of the things that people are thinking about as they choose who to cast their ballot with.
Yeah, and it's curious, how many people in rural areas get caught in the public opinion polling that goes on. I know. Anyway, we'll move on from that subject to Jeff Semple, who is, I'm told, at a party in Washington, D.C. So having all the fun at an election watch party in D.C. Jeff.
Hi, Donna. Yeah, I've had worse gigs. The bar is right there. The key question in this election campaign, as we've been saying over and over, is who best to take on Donald Trump? Well, who better to ask than Canadians who share a zip code with the U.S. president? I am here at a bar on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., just about a mile down the road from the White House, at a watch party that is being hosted by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Johns Hopkins School of Canadian Studies. We're here joined by a couple dozen Canadian expats, students, academics, professionals. They are some of the 800,000 Canadians who call the U.S. home, and some of the 36,000 Canadians who registered to vote and send absentee ballots in this election. And if you think that you are feeling the pressure of the White House and the U.S. administration in Canada, they are certainly feeling it here. Canadians who are living really on the front lines of all of this, many of whom are worried about what's happening with this country, what's happening in their own personal situations. And I am here now. I'm joined by a guest with who's probably a familiar face to many of you. Christopher Sands is the director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Canadian Studies. So, Christopher, from an American perspective, how aware do you think Americans are that their country, their president, has played such a dominant role in our election campaign, and what do you think? What do they make of all of it?
Well, a lot of Americans feel like the U.S. will have an outsized influence in the election, but what's been really interesting this year is the coverage. Whether it's Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, everyone's keyed in on the fact that Canadians are responding to Donald Trump even more than to Justin Trudeau before. It's the U.S. that's on the ballot this year, and if Canadians decide they want to send somebody, I think Donald Trump has made just about every candidate much more nationalistic in this campaign in Canada, because he's been so America first and putting Canada really to shame, which I think for all of us who are Americans who care about this relationship, it's just a tragic situation. We've never seen Canada treated this way by a president of the United States.
Yeah, and it's certainly been something. Even just down here either for work or as a tourist, you turn on the American news channels and you see coverage on Canada. They really are paying attention. Now, of course, in recent weeks, we had seen Donald Trump dial back slightly that relentless rhetoric about making Canada the 51st state, until this morning when Canadians sat down to have breakfast on Election Day, and Donald Trump posted to his social media platform, Truth Social, wishing good luck to the great people of Canada. Take a look. He seemed to suggest that Canadians should elect him. Elect the man who has the strength and the wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your cars, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the 51st state of the United States. Now, of course, the U.S. does not subsidize Canada, as the U.S. president claims, nor is he actually on the ballot, but his presence looms large, as we've been saying over and over again. The number one issue we've seen time and again in opinion polls throughout this election campaign has been Canada-U.S. relations, either followed closely or just behind the cost of living. But of course, the cost of living as well, directly affected by the U.S. President Donald Trump and his trade war, with another set of U.S. tariffs, Donna, targeting auto parts, expected to kick in on May 3rd. Back to you.
Okay, Jeff Semple at a watch party in Washington.
Wow, LeBlanc ahead by 2,000. LeBlanc's winning his riding.
Or if he doesn't realize that he is making Canadians' blood boil.
Well, as David Frum told us when I spoke to him, they interviewed him in The Atlantic, the magazine that David works for, and he said that he took some glee. He knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah. He knows exactly how much Canadians are irritated, angry about what he's saying and doing, and he takes some pleasure.
I wonder if they have a monitor on tonight with some of this going on. Not that he would understand 22 to 10 and what that means, but...
I think he even had trouble pronouncing the word groceries, but never mind. Let's move on. Let's take a look at some of the results in...
I like Williamson ahead by that much. Perkins ahead.
Back and forth. This is a Liberal newcomer running in this riding, and right now, very tight race with the Conservative incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, Jessica Fancy Landry is one of the Liberals that actually got in the race before the Liberals were starting to do better. She jumped in back in December, so some credit to her with the party, I suppose, the party faithful, that she did that. Unregulated fishing, a big issue down in that part of Nova Scotia, and Rick Perkins is the incumbent, but he's in for a tough fight right now. Funny that the Conservatives are having a better night, but the incumbent Conservative is having a tough fight in his riding down in St. Margaret's South Shore.
And right now, the Liberals leading or elected in 22 ridings in Atlantic Canada, Conservatives leading or elected in 10, and the Bloc Québécois, because there's that one riding that gets swept up in Atlantic Canada, leading or elected in that one seat. And we should say within 45 minutes, the polls will close right across from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So we'll see a lot more numbers coming in. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in just a moment.
Don't tell me they're going to like a commercial or something. Okay, so just for those of you that are coming in, this is something that I showed earlier. Let me just quickly refresh so we're still on the same page. Yeah, 2210. This is the 2015. Yeah, this is the 2015 election. And as you can see, the eastern provinces are always usually red. In 2021, they did start to flip a little bit conservative. And obviously, Western Canada in both cases is blue. And in both cases, Toronto, which has a large number of ridings, Toronto was red in both cases. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes. But I will be up all night to see who gets sworn in. I'm interested to see what each party leader has to say afterwards, regardless of the outcome. I'm interested to see each individual riding, because if you've been on this channel before, you know that we cover committees, we cover a lot of parliamentary, Parliament in general. So I'm actually interested to see each individual riding. There's a couple ones that I think could be up for grabs. Let's read some of the chat here while we're waiting. Times go back from 11 to 9, back to 11, then down to 10. What is going on? Because they're still counting the votes, right? They're just showing basically leading. They're not showing whether it's been actually decided. And all the news agencies are getting their information from elections.ca. And elections.ca will just show you leading. They're not actually showing if it's been 100% decided yet. This is just showing leading. And it refreshes every like 30 seconds or something. It just auto does. No one gives a hell about 2015 or other elections. No, I'm just showing you that in the eastern provinces, they've typically voted Liberal. So to see these numbers right now is nothing new.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Donna Friesen. I'm here with Eric Sorensen. We're going to take a look at some of the closest races shaping up right now in Atlantic Canada. All right, where are we going to start with that? South Shore, St. Margaret's. We just took a peek at that, and it's pretty much neck and neck for the Conservative incumbent and the new Liberal candidate, new to politics.
Not much has changed there yet, but a lead of 102 votes out of some 14,000 cast so far. So that's a pretty close race.
And this is Miramichi Grand Lake. Again.
This is Lisa Harris trying to, a second time now, former MLA. She ran in 2021 against a different Conservative who's not running this time. And so Mike Dawson trying to hold that for the Conservatives.
And do we have one more? Central Nova, this is one we've been watching closely. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, still just a little bit behind the Conservative, Bryson Jenkins.
I think we have to wait and see how all of those numbers count up at the end of the night, because that would be a very big upset if that were to happen.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is the Liberal, Anthony Germain, just behind the Conservative, Jonathan Rowe.
Still 100 polls yet to be counted, and again, we don't know if some of the advance votes might come in that could change things around, but that one is too close to call. At the moment, I mean, it means the Conservatives for the moment are leading. They're picking up an extra 3 ridings that they didn't have in 2021. One of them, 2 of them in Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of them in Nova Scotia. At the moment in New Brunswick, they're just winning the same 4 ridings they won last time around, but again, it's a good evening for the moment for the Conservatives.
So we should say leading or elected means if there are tight races, those can flip back and forth. And that's why that number you keep seeing on the bottom of your screen keeps changing from, well, now it's Liberal 22, Conservatives 10. It's been going kind of up and down on both sides. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Daryl Bricker and David Aiken are over at the touchscreen.
Yes, and Daryl, good to have Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. Been doing some polling for me. Great to see you, Daryl. This is an exciting night for you. Before we talk about some neat stuff you've done, just want to alert you to the one BQ there. And I know our friend Monsieur Gilles Duceppe will be excited to hear that finally the BQ might be making a breakthrough in the Gaspé. The BQ has long wanted to win the Gaspé, but Diane Le Boutillier has been standing in the way. It's a new riding. That whole part of the Gaspé got rejigged. Right now, Alexis Deschênes running for the second time.
This is huge. The fact that Liberals are losing this seat to the Bloc, that's crazy.
They operate a half an hour after Atlantic, but a half an hour before the rest of Quebec, if you can figure that out. And then we just saw the one that flipped is South Shore St. Margaret's. Enough of that. Daryl, let's talk about some really neat work you've done. Ipsos has had some exit polls that you've been able to ask people as soon as they come out of the polling booth, lots of things about how they voted. We can't talk about the way they were going till later on, but I want to pull this up. We've got a few things. Let's talk, first of all, about this top question.
So we've been talking about this being a campaign of differences, a campaign of cleavages or splits. You really do see it when it comes to the issues that people are voting for. So which of the three issues are people most interested in voting for? Affordability and cost of living, which is very consistent with our overall polling that we've seen over the last while.
And this would be all respondents.
All respondents.
And you've got a few thousand people in
We're
this.
up around 7,000 right now. But David, just to show the viewers how it differs, just click on there on baby boomers.
Okay, so now we're saying this is all respondents. This is just people who are boomers. What do they think is the top issue?
Canada-U.S. relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party is way ahead on this issue. They own it. And if you're a boomer, you're focused on it.
Okay, now you wanted to contrast with...
Let's talk to our friends in Gen Z.
Gen Z. What do they think is the top issue?
Affordability and cost of living. So when you look at and so when you look at the differences...
And that maps, sorry to interrupt, but that maps more to Poilievre's side of the equation.
Absolutely. This is time for a change, voters.
Right.
We're seeing some of them show up in Atlantic Canada tonight in a very efficient way so far. So that contrast on what people think this election is about, whether it's about Donald Trump in the U.S. or it's about their own affordability situation and what's going on in their own homes, that's what the race is about.
And once again, this is polling done as people left the polling booth today. Your people were there. And again, among this Gen Z, look where Canada's relationship with the United States, only less than 1 in 5 are saying that. We'll take that away. Is there a difference on men or women? If you want to hit that, I'm curious to see, did men have a different idea? No, affordability
and cost of living. Let's take a look at women.
Take the men out of there. And for the women, it's the same thing. Yeah. So again, that issue, as they say, the issue frame, the issue set, in that case, this might explain why we're seeing the Conservatives do well. I mean, even if they do drop back down to 8, they're doing fine.
I think if we would have asked the Conservative campaign if they came out of Atlantic Canada with 8 seats tonight, they would have been thrilled, David.
Can we touch on which party is best to lead on you choose the issue, the affordability and cost of living? Let's try.
Actually, why don't we try this one?
Okay,
Canada's relationship with the U.S. Oh, this is one that we actually can't show you.
We can't show you because that's going to be with issue. Yeah. Okay, we're going to come back to this later on, Daryl. This is great. I'm going to go back to the map, and I just want to check in one more time to Atlantic Canada. And there we'll bring it up. Wow, and again, the big changes in Newfoundland and Labrador, where it might be two seats. By the way, that Western riding, Daryl, once you were in politics, you'll remember the Brian Mulroney's days.
Yes.
Joe Price from 1984, the last Conservative to win out there.
I certainly do. And Seamus O'Regan is really missed in Newfoundland right now.
He is.
Our good friend Seamus.
Okay, guys, we'll send it back to you. 22-10 is where we're at. That includes 1 seat in Quebec. And that one right now is the Bloc Québécois is leading. So far, 1-0. It's like the Montreal Canadiens leading 1-0 in the province of Quebec right now.
All right, David, always back to the hockey. Okay, let's go to Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria.
Well, Donna, I mean, the people gathered here seem to be feeling pretty good. The results in Atlantic Canada, they're early results, but they're better than what the polls suggested. They're better than what a lot of the experts were predicting. Like I said, it's early, but let's bring in my colleague Alex, a global news reporter who's covered the Conservatives for about 10 years, lots of insight. Alex, what do you make of these results in Atlantic Canada?
Well, like as you said, it's pretty early going so far, but I would say that certainly the Conservatives are outperforming what we would expect based on the national and regional polls so far. I noticed the room has gotten a little bit more subdued. Back when it was like 3 seats to 3 seats, everybody was in a very good mood, clapping, cheering. Things have gotten a little bit more quiet now that the polls have evened out closer to what.
You can see they've got CBC back there. That's how they're watching CBC.
Reporting about some internal turmoil, some criticism for how Poilievre maybe didn't pivot enough to the trade issue. What are your thoughts about how this campaign was run?
Well, I think no matter what the outcome tonight, a Conservative win, a Liberal win, I think the Conservatives have a lot of questions that they have to ask themselves in terms of the direction of the movement and really unity within the movement. We hear reports of internal civil war between the Ontario Party and the federal Conservatives. That's not a good position to be in, whether they win or lose tonight. So I think that there are some deeper questions that the Conservative Party has to answer, no matter what the outcome is tonight.
Do you think what would you say they did well in this campaign?
I think message discipline has been a strong suit. Mr. Poilievre is very, very committed to his talking points and very, very committed to what he wants to say and the message that he wants to convey. So I think that probably was the highlight. In terms of challenges, I think the failure to pivot towards Donald Trump and the tariffs, Mr. Poilievre's answer to that was basically doing exactly what he wanted to do before Donald Trump was reelected. So I think that's something that they're going to have to think about as well.
Do you expect that we'll see a pretty big rural-urban divide as far as where we're going to see the Conservatives picking up seats?
I think it depends on what urban area you're talking about. If we're talking about Edmonton or Calgary, that's one thing. If we're talking about Halifax or Toronto or Montreal, that's another thing. But certainly, the Conservative strength has traditionally been in more rural, suburban, ex-urban sort of ridings. We'll see. It's too early to tell.
It is still too early, but let's send it back to you, Donna.
All the bigger ridings.
All right, Taria, and thanks so much for that. We are going to look at some of the, I think, close races and also some places where Liberals have been re-elected in Atlantic Canada. Let's start with Dominic LeBlanc's riding in New Brunswick.
Well, that's probably one of the surest ridings that they would win in Beauséjour, just outside of Moncton. Dominic LeBlanc, just like his father before him, Romeo LeBlanc, would win that riding, and nobody would be surprised. There are more LeBlancs in New Brunswick, I think, than any other surname, so that gives you a head start.
This is his 9th straight election.
Yeah, since 2000. So he's marking his 25th year coming up this year.
Yeah, all right. And this is Acadie Bathurst. We have projected a Liberal win in this riding as well.
Traditionally Liberal, there was a time with Yvon Gaudin when the NDP actually held sway there, but there's an example of how far down the Liberal vote or the NDP vote has gone. They're at 4%, and that's one of the stories that isn't showing up on there. It's no surprise that in Atlantic Canada the NDP is not winning any ridings, but when they're getting percentages that are down, in single digits, that's a bad night for the NDP.
And I think we have one more, Central Newfoundland. We have projected that the Conservative candidate, Clifford Small.
Yeah, and Lynette Powell, maybe she will be going back to her job as a physician, and there may be many people in Central Newfoundland who will be happy about that news to have their doctor back.
And I think we're taking a look at one more. Long Range Mountains. We've been watching this one closely. This now has been projected as a Conservative win.
And that's a takeaway. And at the beginning of the evening, you would not have thought that. You wondered about that Central Newfoundland one, if the Conservatives would hold that one, and maybe it would be 6-1 for the Liberals again. But for the moment, it's looking like it's going to be at least 2 for the Conservatives, and they're still very competitive in a third one. And that's a very, very good night for the Conservatives. And it is, it's a big change as well, because there was a time when all the...
Look, Fraser losing. They just showed it again. Fraser's still losing in his riding. He might actually not be reelected.
Conservatives back in the day, St. John's was very much the place where they would pick up their votes. But at the moment, big night.
All right. And I know you're looking at the popular vote, Eric, but we also know that the popular vote, the party that wins the popular vote, doesn't necessarily win the largest number of seats. So we'll see what happens tonight. You can form government in this country with 39%.
No, that's right. Well, let's look at the popular vote for the moment and see how it's coming along. And, you know, the popular vote for the Liberals right now is at 51 to 41 or 42 for the Conservatives. That's I'm just trying to think about how significant we should think about that. I think it simply shows, as we were seeing in the numbers below the screen at 22 to 10, the Conservatives are overperforming from what was expected in Atlantic Canada. And the other story there is that the NDP is down at 4.5%. That's across Atlantic Canada. Normally they would be in double digits. Those votes, you would think, might have gone to the Liberals. It would appear, Donna, that NDP votes in Atlantic Canada have been going from both, or have been going to both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And at the moment, that's making a difference more for the Conservatives.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe is in Moncton, New Brunswick, with former MP Pat Finnegan. Suzanne.
Hi, I'm in Shadiac with Pat Finnegan. He is the former Liberal MP of Miramichi Grand Lake. So that is definitely a riding to watch this time around. It flips a lot. Pat, what can you tell me about Miramichi Grand Lake, and how do you feel about the Liberals' chances there this time around?
Well, I can tell you that Lisa Harris she worked hard for this. And, you know, 2 months ago, we got to look at where that would have been. And there was no chance of a Liberal being, because the new boundaries actually, because it's a mixed riding. We've got Francophone communities, we've got Indigenous communities, we have the traditional Anglophone where Conservative is very strong. So to be able to even have a close race like that is amazing, as you know, if you compare it to where it was early January. So I'm confident it's very close, but there's no surprise. We knew it was going to be very, very tight, and I'm confident.
Okay, so one thing nobody's mentioning right now is I believe polls just closed in Ontario. Obviously, if there's still people in the line, they're going to be able to still vote, but the polling centers have closed now. So we're going to see a massive amount of ridings just start getting counted. There's going to be a bunch of votes just flooding in.
So especially fisheries, the coastal communities, I mean, it's 85% goes to the U.S. So we've dodged that bullet, but as we know, and we've heard the president yesterday even saying, you know, he wants Canada to merge as a 51st state. So it is very troublesome. But again, I think where we're at today, the shift that's happened is just amazing, and we're hoping that I think Mark Carney to deal with the president. I mean, that's on the mind of a lot of people, especially along the coast where we trade traditionally with the Americans. So.
What are the main issues in Miramichi Grand Lake, and what sort of promises or campaign promises might tip the scale for voters there?
So Miramichi, as far as issues, it's not that different from others. I mean, of course, health, the economy, and the threat of the American, forcing us to lose our, our country, our sovereignty. It's on the mind of everyone. So before the Carney merge, I think the issue of the carbon tax was a big issue. That's gone, and Mark Carney's got a total different outlook on the economy, how he's going to handle that. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's not that different from, I think it's kind of a bellwether as we see. It's if we can swing Miramichi Liberal, I think there's a good chance that the rest of the country will follow, because it's a tough one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finnegan. Back to you, Donna.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe in Shediac. My apologies, Shediac, not Moncton. Thanks so much for that.
Pat Finnegan, David Aiken tells us, is known as Mr. Tomato because he owns a greenhouse. So he
used to own a greenhouse. Yes,
Tomato.
Exactly.
What a title.
All right, let's go to our political panel and Mercedes Stevenson. Mercedes.
Mr. Tomato, see the things you learn by watching this broadcast, Donna, that you might not pick up anywhere else. Well, we're sitting here watching the numbers with our political panel. I wanted to start with you this time, Nathan. I mean, obviously, we could talk about how the NDP are
or how David Aiken knows that he's called Mr. Tomato.
David Aiken knows everything about everyone and is an encyclopedia. But when you're looking at the results here tonight at this point, what's your take on, in particular, the issues that seem to have been driving voters that we're hearing as they exit out of the polls?
Well, we were talking about this a bit before, the generational split.
Yep.
Right? Classically in Canada, we have all sorts of segments. Some people say we don't have a national election. We have a series of elections that take place across the regions. And that could be true tonight as well. But we're also seeing something that might be different between the generations. And we were talking amongst ourselves about the group that maybe have a home versus the group that doesn't or doesn't even hope to have a home. And how does that change your view when an issue like Donald Trump and the U.S. and all of that comes along? Does it move you if you're 30 years old and not having the life that you expected to have, or even the life that your parents had? And that is the first time in Canadian history that that's true for a lot of Canadians. So if the Conservatives were more focused in on that and did that work for the preceding couple of years, Liberals haven't had always the best answers in the previous government, difficult challenges, housing, etc., then that's some of the results. I mean, for the NDP part of this is disappointing numbers coming in. Of course, we're really looking to see what happens in a couple of key Quebec ridings, as well as when we start to move into Ontario.
Okay, we're just going to switch over to LeBlanc. He's talking on CBC. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm quite confident, as I say, that we'll do very well at the end of the evening, but I certainly have seen, I saw it in my own riding, Rosemary, Sackville, New Brunswick's in my riding, where Mount Allison University is. There's a traditional New Democratic vote in Sackville, New Brunswick, and some of the communities around Sackville. It hasn't been showing up in the polls that I've seen, in the results I've seen. Didn't show up in the all candidates meeting I went to there 2 weeks ago. So I think you're right. We should ask ourselves what that means in some of the bigger provinces like Ontario or even British Columbia.
I did notice there, Dominic LeBlanc, that you use the M word. You use the word majority. Is that an expectation, a real expectation for you tonight?
It's a hope, Rosemary, expectation. Look, Mr. Carney ran a great campaign. I think that we can absolutely finish with a Liberal majority government. That's certainly what I'm hoping for. I think it's realistic, but we have to wait for the votes to be counted. So I remain very confident. I'm proud of the campaign that Mr. Carney and my colleagues ran, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results.
Okay. Shouldn't you be at a party at this stage of the evening then?
I mean, they need aluminum in the States also, in Ontario also, but we're producing that. And also phosphates. I don't know if it's the right word in English.
Phosphates, yes.
The critical minerals, we have a lot in Quebec, and since we want to make the economy more based on battery, we need those minerals, and not a single word I've heard from neither Carney or Poilievre, so we have to fight for that.
But for younger voters in Quebec as well, the question of affordability, what their prospects are in life.
Of course.
Huge,
all of that.
huge questions.
Well, and I want to ask a double-barreled question to Lisa and Seamus. This is a switcheroo of what we normally see. Typically, young people vote Liberal on the left and older people vote Conservative on the right. And it looks like that has done a flip in this election. I want to ask why each of your parties hasn't been able to hold on to your traditional voters, starting with you, Seamus.
I think that, first of all, let me just state the obvious. Affordability was an issue. Back in November, December, affordability has been a primary issue and kept the Conservatives ahead for 20, 25 points over the past 2 years. The game changer is Trump. The Liberals, after 10 years, my party, was not looking forward to this election, and now look at it. So Trump obviously had a huge effect on this. But it does peter down to generations. It does, I think, come down to those who have homes, those who do not have homes, those with the prospect of owning a home, those who do not. And it gets complicated. And for I think, a younger generation that is looking usually to save up and aspire to have a home, these past few years, given COVID and given inflation, have been tough.
Lisa, what do you think?
So I think what's happened in this case is that the older demographic, who are probably refreshing their banking statements to see what's happening to their investments, are looking for a short-term fix. And what they see in Carney is somebody who can negotiate, who knows the system, who knows the ropes. And maybe he's the better choice for the short term.
I'm retiring a lot soon.
I'm retiring soon. But then the younger generation is, that's great. I don't even have a hope in heck of having an investment. I want to be able just to survive.
Fear with the boomers and then frustration with Gen X.
We have alliteration on the panel, fear and frustration.
but when people are saying that Carney knows business, I agree with that. He certainly knows business to have Brookfield making $541 billion last year and didn't pay a penny as income. He will ask all of us to pay, but his company is not paying. And the intervening also in the housing, they're one of the causes of the problem we're confronting in the housing all around in Canada.
If he becomes Prime Minister, I suspect that he will be facing a lot of questions about all of those
Yeah,
things.
the campaign was short, but the
Prime
mandate
Minister
could be longer.
Could be long. Donna will be looking at more of those questions as the night unfolds for all the leaders.
Yeah, a lot longer than 25 days. All right, you guys, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick look at some of the results. You can see the Liberals now leading or elected in 23 seats in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives in 10. That, for now, is a pickup of 2 compared to the last election, but the result's not final. There are a couple of cabinet ministers, though, who are certainly in good shape, looking to be in good shape. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is one of them in Moncton-Dieppe.
Yep, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor in the riding right next to Dominic LeBlanc, and those are in the one spot in the entire Atlantic Canada where one province has 2 cabinet ministers. Prince Edward Island doesn't have a cabinet minister at the moment in the Carney cabinet, and here's another.
The Liberal leading with a wide margin here.
Yeah, Cody Blois added to cabinet just in March. Maybe that was with a nod towards a riding that they wanted to be sure they could win, and giving Cody a bit of a boost, putting him into cabinet may have helped.
And I think we've got one more. St. John's East.
There you go.
The incumbents.
Okay, so a bunch of backbench Liberals are getting
Joanne
re-elected.
Thompson over David Brazel, and that's a big win. She is in the cabinet as well, also a recent addition, and important for the cabinet ministers to hold their seats, because if they come back in government, you want some experience around that cabinet table, and all of these that we've just looked at have that experience.
All right, there are some very close races in Atlantic Canada that we are watching closely, and also in about 20 minutes from now, the polls will close from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So there's lots still to come. We're back in a moment.
So I guess they go half an hour longer because it's a lot of votes to count. I thought they closed 10 minutes ago. So yeah, there'll be something like 264 ridings that close in 20 minutes, and we're just going to see a swoop, a just large flood of numbers come in. Closed in 19 minutes, yep. There's going to be a large number of votes that just start flooding in. And this is what's going to make or break the election. Because we know how Alberta votes, we know how BC usually votes. It's been the same in the last 3 elections pretty much, besides a few ridings, but Toronto, man, Toronto's got a large number of votes, and if it stays red, we could see more Liberal seats again. Releasing the results before anyone votes just skews the vote. They're not actually releasing. So you'll see on the right-hand side, this is just showing leading. When they actually put a check mark over it, that's when Elections Canada has actually given this, it's been decided. See, like elected. So that one's not showing leading, like the elected, right? Leading means they're still counting votes, and it could change. That's why you see the numbers change sometimes.
We're back with Decision Canada. I'm Donna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is with me. We're going to take you quickly through some results and some ridings that we told you were very close in Atlantic Canada. They've been flipping back and forth through the night. Central Nova is one of them, Eric.
Well, Sean Fraser, he was not going to run again, particularly at a time when it looked like the Liberals were going down under Justin Trudeau. As David pointed out, he got a call from Mark Carney, said, come on back. Clearly, they have needed him here in Central Nova. But it is, at the moment, is no sure thing.
Way too close to call at this stage. Lots of votes still to be counted there, but let's look at Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is also very close.
Yeah, this one has tightened up a little bit. For a while there, Jonathan Rowe was out in front by quite a margin. Anthony Germain, the former CBC journalist, is within now almost just a little over 2 points. So the lead is not insignificant, more than 600. and still about another 60 or so polls to be counted.
Okay, and South Shore St. Margaret's also
come on.
almost neck and neck. The Liberal, though, has flipped into the lead position.
Yeah, we're talking about this being a good night for Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. This would be the one letdown if it happens, because Rick Perkins is the incumbent in that riding. Jessica Fancy Landry, for the moment, up by about 2 points.
Yeah, and Perkins is a great MP.
All right. David Aiken is at his touch screen. David, what are you looking at?
You might remember about an hour ago I did a little bit of what would be the effect on the seat count if the collapsing NDP vote, particularly in BC, how that might affect things. Let's come back to that prediction tool. I'm factoring in what is happening in real time in Atlantic Canada with some of the incumbent and earlier predictions we made about the New Democrats. So in my funky little prediction tool here, we have 160 for the Libs, 136 for the Conservatives. It's a mix of incumbents and NDP collapsing. What I want to do now is talk about Quebec. We're going to see the results from Quebec and Ontario, et cetera, at 9:30. Now, the Bloc Québécois vote has not by any means collapsed the way the New Democrat vote has collapsed. But the Bloc Québécois vote is definitely weakened. And we heard Gilles Duceppe talk about this on the panel, how for Quebecers, a major issue in this campaign, even among those who used to vote for the Bloc, is Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump's done anything, he's turned some sovereignists, some nationalists for Quebec, at least temporarily, into Canadian patriots. And those Bloc Québécois voters might be voting for a Conservative, but more likely a Liberal. So I want to walk through some ridings now that we want to keep an eye on when things kick in at 9:30. So this is Quebec as the night started. Light blue is ridings held by the Bloc Québécois, red, Liberals, and so on. Okay, so if we are in central Quebec, we want to give the Conservatives potentially a couple of seats. The Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre have been very active campaigning in what is called in Quebec the National Capital Region, around Quebec City. So Montmorency, Charlevoix, Caroline Desbiens will be under some threat there from the Conservatives, and that may flip. Same thing in Beauport-Limoilou. Julie Vignola is the BQ incumbent there. She will be under concern. We move down the St. Lawrence a bit to Trois-Rivières, where René Villemure, the BQ incumbent, and René Villemure is battling cancer right now. We wish him a speedy recovery. He's a wonderful MP. But that riding that he holds of Trois-Rivières, the Conservatives have been dying to get it since Stephen Harper was the leader of the party. Yves Levesque is the former mayor of Trois-Rivières. He's running for the third time in Trois-Rivières for the Conservatives, and that might be the charm for him. We'll see once the votes are counted. I think it's going to be neck and neck in Trois-Rivières. We'll see. 160, 139, remember 172 is needed for a majority. But I think the real big pickup, we haven't seen any Liberal pickups yet, but the Liberals have been campaigning in what's called the 450, the donut around the island of Montreal, and there's some chances here for some Liberal pickups and possibly some real big holes in the BQ caucus. For example, here in La Prairie Atakakan is Alain Thérian. He is the BQ House leader. He's been Yves-François Blanchet's right-hand man. That riding is under threat. The Liberals believe they can take that. We go to Denis Trudel. Many Quebecers will know Denis Trudel from his work on stage and screen. He's under threat in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Then we go to the North Island. Mark Carney was up there campaigning in the Nova Boost factory in Saint-Eustache, and so was Yves-François Blanchet. That's a sign that these ridings are under threat, and they may turn Liberal to blue. Now we're 164 to 139. Again, this is making some assumptions about how New Democrats vote in the rest of the country, and we haven't yet got to the blue on red fights. But that is, I think, one of the interesting things. If the Liberals are going to get a majority, they are going to have to steal some BQ seats. There's just no thing about that. If the Conservatives are going to win government, we're going to get to the GTA. They're going to have the key, I think, to a Liberal majority in Quebec, and that means Québécois. Now, the Bloc Québécois comes into this. We talked to Gilles Duceppe over the weekend. Again, it's not going to be as bad for the Bloc, but there still may be a smaller, and the Conservatives to a degree as well.
Flows in from Quebec all the way to Alberta. 12 minutes from now. For the moment, we've been told that there are some problems at some point this evening. It had any effect on voters?
Yeah, Donna, we are still waiting to hear but we know that the Elections Canada website some troubles earlier in the evening we learned about. And we know that it was down for at least some and a half. So that would mean including those who were looking from their postal code or an address during that time. And again, a very important work trying to make their way to the polling station. 15 minutes. There isn't much time left. Look for that information. Wouldn't have been able to do.
Sorry about that. I was just blowing my nose. We are glitching hard.
And also very important for.
Sorry about that, guys. I think it's their
which is
stream.
a new riding.
It seems to
That's
be
because
something with
most of
global
Old
news.
Skyview
It doesn't
is
seem
now
to be on
in
CTV.
New McKnight. The Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, did I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview. And there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those two ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members. And a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mi Jung in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. Again. We're also watching Richmond East, Steveston. Now, this has a history of flipping between Liberal and Conservative. Richmond residents have been quite vocal about their concerns over public drug use, safe consumption sites. So we'll see if the Conservative stance on drug addiction will sway Richmond voters away from the Liberal incumbent. Nanaimo Ladysmith also one to watch. Last time it was a tight three-way race. This time it's actually a four-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo as well. Will that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mi Jung, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time. Yeah, 10 certainly minutes. From Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results from, obviously, the GTA, the 905, but also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly in Aurora, that were very, very narrow wins for the Liberals in the last election. The Conservatives looking to flip those. That's if they can start to flip the 905, it's a different narrative as well. I think we can swing over now to Heather, who will probably have a more in-depth explanation of what I just said.
Hey, thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are actually going to be taking a look at the people who are casting a ballot and the people who are electing those heading to Ottawa in this next term, right, Nick?
Yep.
And we're going to be looking at advanced polls. Of course, we're talking about voter engagement. Everybody was saying how high engagement was during this election campaign, and it really showed with the early voter turnout. I will just note the ridings right now. We have the Liberals leading and elected in more than 20, I believe that was. Is 22, that was, excuse me. 7.3 million people voted, Nick, in advanced polls, 25% increase.
Yeah, that's really a good number. You know, the more people that vote, the better. But you know what, Heather? This is a big headache for pollsters and people wanting to project things because, you know, the thing is, those people at the advanced polls, the Conservatives usually do well. We don't know whether they are motivated Liberals and Conservatives or whether it's the Conservative ground machine, which has been very effective and is very well organized and very well funded, delivering the vote.
Okay, Nick, I only have 10 seconds left, but I do know that three really important ridings in the top 5.
Absolutely. Three leaders. You can see Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Elizabeth May. Interestingly, all in the top 5 for advanced poll votes.
What an incredible turnout. We'll send it back to you. All right, thank you so much, Heather. Those advanced votes, very curious to see as well
sort of when they are counted, when they are fully counted. We're trying to get that information. We don't know exactly how much of that vote, for example, even in Atlantic Canada, has been accounted for. That could end up changing some of the vote totals, certainly, and skewing things in a different direction than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined. So that'll be a key factor, not only in Atlantic Canada, Omar, but moving throughout the country as
That's
well.
a massive number, as Heather just pointed out, 7.3 million. It shows you the level of engagement there is in this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic, given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So, of course, a lot of data coming in after election night as well.
Yeah, I think the projection, if the advance vote were to hold, let's say, and be extrapolated out, would then be something in the neighborhood of 70%, which is we haven't seen since I believe it was 1993.
6 minutes,
I think
guys.
I can throw over to Anne-Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vashi, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic.
Williamson.
So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advance polls counted by hand, but they were counted either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like, how can this change things? And what are the parties anticipating that's inside? Rana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them. A lot of them are younger, and I think they're coming off the sidelines because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house, 355% increase. That's how much it costs. Young people, even if they graduate with a degree or a trade skill, they can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages, to actually afford to buy a house. I think that's what's in that surprise box. People that are saying, this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advance polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
Older rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election.
Sure.
4 minutes, guys, 4 minutes, and then we're going to see a slew of votes just start flooding in.
The thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted, and so you take a riding like Central Nova. This could make a huge difference.
I'll give you a case.
And so we can't, it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011, Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Mark Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advance polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll, they counted up, they won considerably. So there can be real surprises as you open up the surprise boxes.
Arjun, I'll let you
no, this is one that I was really interested in. I was surprised. So many people coming in the advance polls. So as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor with Trump, right? I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of the election coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism in making a choice, regardless of who you're going to choose. I think that was, my opinion, probably why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that. Vashinoma, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anne-Marie, we've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close in much of Canada. Scott, your thoughts on advance voting and how it may impact things?
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up. So we're watching Central Nova very closely, obviously. Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's, behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advanced polls, 3 out of 25 of the advanced polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding because he's been in all 3 of the polls that have been counted from the advance, he's been well ahead. So we may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more of these Atlantic ridings. And again, popular vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So I'd be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, you know, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
Until we start to know, I should say. Last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls because there's been a lot of polling done of the electorate and asked the question, did you vote in the advance polls? And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting than younger voters. And now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't see anything really surprising, or at least I didn't, in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding, you know, to the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with more organization tend to do better in the advance polls.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment because we're just about a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closed.
Yeah, there's 267. That's crazy. There's going to be a bunch of numbers just flooding in.
Wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me see if we can we'll tune into CBC while we're waiting. Because they probably usually don't go to break.
Results we'll get tonight from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government.
Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hanamansik.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche. Still a lead here for the Liberals, but the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time, and so relatively closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that. Ian, polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in...
Okay, let's get over back to CTV. Seems like people prefer Vashi.
And 43 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 138 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. Now, of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Right now, projecting anywhere from 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds.
Come on,
Back to
MP
you.
Lewis.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada. Very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He, too, decided, like Mélanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. We can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from Les Pays d'en Haut, the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, in Listigouche, this was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, a lead for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding, the McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand, Norfolk. She is kind of one of the front bench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
I like Lewis.
And the reason this
she's a
next
good
batch
MP.
is so significant, as we mentioned, is just because of the rich seat count there is, right? We know that there are 343 seats up for grabs. And the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. Again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting Vashi.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're into Alberta. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas, who's the incumbent there, public safety critic, among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, at one poll reporting, has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rempel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat, and she's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 polls reporting there. Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings the Liberals had hope. Hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very, very early. And Lloydminster, not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge, perhaps, south of there.
Yeah, Alberta, obviously, as we know, Conservative stronghold, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as the polls have have just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whomever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there, that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls had predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily. But then the other, storylines that come below that are the political futures of the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in the game.
Also struggling, Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245, with the Conservative candidate leading there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part, because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives are able to flip there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate, the Conservatives are doing the converse. They're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation at Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. Vashi was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive. As those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We'd been told that with the party that, they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what has been like, there's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, you know, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, you know, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just, you know, just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario, in Quebec, and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trinh with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters there. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers, are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what, we can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact childcare, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again because there is this fear. Now, as the polls close in Ontario and Quebec, there are 6 seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
All right, Judy Trinh, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight. in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashti. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, you know, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a Conservative government getting in anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role, if you will, in the next government.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out and if the Bloc continues on this trend. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them at this juncture. That could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final results.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now is down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec. But now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait.
Yo, Fergus getting reelected? No way. That's crazy.
In Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, Vashti, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this. But this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reid mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings of the advanced votes of those
Fraser
are being counted a little later towards the end.
This is good.
That could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far the night right now, is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Simi, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto and the Greater Toronto Area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have 1 NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a 2-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Mijong in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is unbeatable. Hedy Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Vassy.
All right, Mi-Jung, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their Business Data Lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs. And it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment. And the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag, enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings? Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night, that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not expected to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the Bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play. When the incumbent's in third place, that says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia, too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part.
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication at this juncture. You're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So we should, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on. As we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted, that is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this evening. So we're keeping a very close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here
296.
first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote, but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide, but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple in the Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island. And so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjit, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there. They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fuhr, who's actually running again, he used to be the member of Parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada as well.
Pierre Poilievre has spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime. And he's paid a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well tonight.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian that we could be deciding the election tonight? I think finally, it's about time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are tend to be older communities, and you're seeing the NDP vote really collapse there. But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages really have an impact. But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse, those ridings are more likely to go Conservative than just about anywhere else in the province other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be Canada. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed, and I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight.
I'm going to keep going. I can hear this music, and I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're gonna sing us off or not, but we're going to keep going. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP vote. What happened there, and what were the factors? Is this south of the border? Is this the
Anne-Marie, I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily. Seconds from now, it's a time we've all been waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority? And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the role, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time. 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Really good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow.
No, they're playing CBC.
We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I've been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I'd spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have these types of bingo cards where they essentially catch up with voters afterwards, and they were checking off people very early in the day, so they're very confident that their people were getting out there and getting to vote. Highly motivated, as we know. A lot of people were very excited about Mark Carney and the change for the Liberal government. They have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I had said earlier in the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers there, and I said, how has the change been from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney? They said the day that Mark Carney announced that he was getting into this leadership race, they saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier about that turnout, that staffer said to me it was possible. They thought it could be possible that we could see a voter turnout of upwards of 70% because of how motivated people are, because of how they thought they were getting their vote out there today, Vashi. And certainly I know that when this starts to flow into this place, people will start to get excited about it. And I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now, because as I had mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing the applause behind me. Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so. When they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada, they weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet, but now that they're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort, but really they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign, unclear if they think that they did enough at this point to try and get that majority government. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about. To catch you up, in case you are just joining, we have declared here at CTV News a Liberal win. We do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections.
Hardly ever is.
Hardly ever. We're not just talking about any foreign power, though, this time. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about that massive trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. I believe the last time it was this powerful or this significant was back in 1988. That was a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
Yes, that was his pitch, right? That was certainly his pitch. The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988 and 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. And I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results. Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win. And of course, the results that people want to know, well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we can go this evening now once we have declared that win. So the decision desk, the House of Commons projection probability of a majority actually is 24% for the Liberals. So that is the probability of a majority, and I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That would be the maximum this evening, and of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not lining up with the minimum of the Liberals. And so that's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers ebb and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range. And so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you. All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Corey, I'll start with you. We talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news, so did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that, in your view?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, you know, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18-19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And, you know, it's not just Trump, it's the loss of Trudeau. If you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, you know, there was still, I think, an opportunity to change more of the focus towards Trump. Going into the campaign, there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, you know, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what happens next, both inside the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will
Perkins lost his seat. Oh man, he was ahead. Oh no.
Earlier, I think are really poignant. You know, there's going to be a need to build some bridges to parts of the country that really felt left out by this Liberal government over the last 10 years.
It's a super salient point, Kathleen. I think at the same time as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals and give them their due, and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from funeral march to victory, right? Literally a politician for, what, 3 months, and prime minister for 9 days, and now it looks like he will form government, to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. I'll build on what Corey said earlier. The Conservatives not only preconditioned Canadians to dislike Justin Trudeau through their millions of dollars of ads, they also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the national polling looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8-10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for New Democrats, was their strategy of moving early to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all, 24, but will they reach party status, or will they, they certainly have lost beachheads in the past, the beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant. They're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that could be very consequential in trying for the Liberals whether or not they meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this is for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral
4 months ago.
For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact.
A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this certain death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he could win. And there was laughter on the other side of the phone. And, here we are, 3 months later, and he has pulled this off. It is astonishing. For someone who never ran for elected office, never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
Very quickly.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that, because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Québécois. But I think there's a question as to whether or not the type of campaign that the Conservatives ran was so frightening to NDP voters that they gave up their decades-long voting preference to vote Liberal for a Bay Street banker, which is not really a likely place that you would think that would go. So I think to give the Conservative Party credit, like they have built their base to, I think, a historic level. But in doing so, they may have moved the goalpost further away if the result of that is the collapse of the NDP to that degree.
Great point.
It is a great point. And Corey, just very quickly, I mean, what is the soul-searching moment now for the Conservatives? What is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight, and what happens to his future, and what is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked around that, but I don't think there's one Conservative Party. This is why you see so few Conservative governments at the federal level. There's really like 5 different Conservative parties across the country, and what constitutes conservatism on the prairies, which is where I'm from, it looks a lot different in Ontario, where I am now, or in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes. And you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of Conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge, and to try to find a through line through those different things is going to be the challenge for the party.
We keep our eyes peeled, I should say, at the bottom and the right of our screen as we try and determine whether or not this will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Very competitive things going on in the 905, which is a very key electoral region of Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you could.
Yeah, Vashti, a very familiar face to people in the Liberal Party here with me. David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally. Mr. Carney, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti.
My pleasure to be here.
I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching, obviously, carefully what the Bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a 2-horse race, and none of us are used to that, so none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you, I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if you had asked me if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December. Beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence that got us through this. He showed Canadians a real change and a backbone that can stand up against Mr. Trump.
So when you think about where you were and the exchanges that you've had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused on winning this. We'll get to next steps next, but he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good thing, but next is trying to get a majority government, so we have a strong government to face Mr. Trump.
When you see what you're seeing with the numbers, how realistic is majority?
Again, it's early. Again, I'm looking at the Bloc numbers and the NDP numbers in a 2-horse race. If we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all of this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney-curious people there at the time.
What is it about him, in your mind, that has that singular focus that has brought him to this point right now?
Supremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, 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 and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. And I think this is something unique, and I think he's the right person for the moment.
With millions of Canadians watching, what kind of a prime minister are we going to have right now? Because you have served under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. A lot of people talk about the differences between these two men. What can Canadians expect of Mark Carney?
They can expect sincere, thoughtful, intelligent policy responses and policy platforms, policy ideas that will help Canadians, especially with respect to economics. This is Mark's bread and butter. This is what he is going to bring to Canada.
I got to let you go, but I have to ask you this. You're his friend. Are you coming back?
I will serve if Mark asks me to. I'm happy where I am right now at Fasken, believe me. But this is an important moment in Canadian history. This is an important moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States. So I've worked hard to get Mark elected, and I'll continue to support him.
In what way? What do you want to do?
I'll continue to support him. I'm happy to give informal advice if that's what it is.
Okay. All right, Vashi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but, you know, he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dogged reporter, that Michael Couture.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, Marco Mendicino, David Lametti, and Jerry Butts in particular, were three of the kind of key figures, people who are, you know, very much associated with the former Prime Minister in executing this win for Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David Lametti. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the Prime Minister's office, but that's just a guess.
All right, you heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David Lametti's former riding of La Salle-Verdun. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held, that the Bloc stole, took away. We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. But let's get to the Bloc Québécois, which province-wide isn't doing that great, but we know that the leader, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, CTV News declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent. So the story there is that he retains his seat in Belleuil-Chambly, but again, province-wide, suffering quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, and Jérémy Charon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of cheers.
If you can hear behind me, you know, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including leader Yves-François Blanchet just moments ago, who received, of course, loud cheers. He has yet to arrive here at Bloc headquarters. To your point, you know, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the Bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. You know, the party had been talking about, you know, whether they would drop under 20, and that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different mood here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where that number lands ultimately. Of course, at dissolution, they had 33 seats, so they're facing still a significant loss. But where that number lands will be important as we continue to talk about on whether or not this is a Liberal minority or majority at this point. Quebec could play a huge role in that. Vashi and Omar.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And as Jeremy was speaking, I'm just looking at our tracker here, and I can tell you that Bill Blair has recaptured his seat of Scarborough Southwest in that riding.
Minister of National Defense, and of course
we're electing all the same Liberals again. Freeland, Champagne, Bill Blair, Fraser might even win his seat. We're just literally re-electing the whole entire Liberal cabinet again. It's the same people. Janet Sudds. We've got Steve McKinnon coming back. It's the whole cabinet coming back.
The numbers at the bottom of the screen, and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not anywhere close to figuring that out.
No, we aren't. That may take a while yet, but Maxime Bernier losing, it defeated, we're declaring, in the riding of Beauce, and in fourth place of 4 candidates, so suffering quite a substantial loss. Yes, really losing in that riding of Beauce in Quebec. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind, but the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where Liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So Conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the Liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the Liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, as you know, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of Liberals these days, or a cohort of Conservatives, like to own the libs, and tonight they've been denied the chance to do so.
I know that you're eager to say something, Bill. Don't hold back.
Well, you just look at those numbers, and what you see is Canada becoming a two-party country.
But haven't we always been that way?
Well, no, I don't think
time.
to the degree we're seeing right now with the NDP collapsing like that. So, yeah, people are going to be divided. Conservatives, we're already hearing from our listeners, I'm sure you are as well, sort of that core group that tries to reach out to you right away. And so far, Conservatives are angry with people who voted Liberal. But I don't think that anger will last long. I think it will turn internally pretty quickly, and they're going to say, what happened here? How did we have this in our grasp, change that we've wanted for so long, and it's now gone? And they're going to start to ask questions of their party. The only way that doesn't become really ugly is
Barrett's winning his riding. Strong Conservative there. At least we'll have some good shadow ministers coming back. MP Thomas is good as well.
We'll live to fight another day. We can't have our country divided right now, though. We need to be focused on the real enemy to our country right now is in Washington. That's the real threat. We need to work together to fight that threat. And so those numbers don't show that so far.
But how do you begin to heal, right? Given the fact that we've got such a fractured nation in terms of, just look at those numbers again. You know, if it ends up being, we're waiting to see whether minority or majority, but how do you, as the new leader of this country, reach out to those people who didn't vote for you?
I don't think you can.
No.
I think our country is becoming more like the United States. We hear it every day on our shows that people who are conservative are really conservative. There's that wing of the party where people, they bought into Donald Trump. They like him, and they believe that elections can be fixed and that pollsters lie to you and that the media is lying to you all of the time. That exists in our country, and I think it's only going to grow as a result of this.
Yeah.
Unless the Liberals get a strong majority and Carney can actually deliver a good deal with the United States, maybe then we take a deep breath and say a win is a win. But
there's going to be a lot of bitterness amongst Conservatives, though, and I think Bill's absolutely right. I mean, Corey Tonight, just behind us, has been Cassandra through this entire campaign, and now we see what the result is. But Conservatives are also going to say, I think, you know, what do we have to do to win power? I mean, you know, we had it in the bag, and look what happened.
Well, without the NDP around, they have to move to the center. I think that's the only way they can do that. I mean, I think Doug Ford felt emotionally the moment when Donald Trump got too involved in this country, and he expressed that. And I think Pierre Poilievre waited too long to show it. He was on my show 4 or 5 days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it in his tweet today.
Yeah, but too late.
That needed to happen weeks earlier, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised about that.
Radio talk show hosts can keep talking, so I'm going to have have to wrap you up.
One more thing.
Oh, no, Bashing, take it over, Bashing, go.
And certainly, we could listen to them for a lot longer. I think everything that you just heard was totally accurate. But we have another call to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding of Nepean. Not a difficult battle for Mark Carney there, not unexpected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister and form government. You can see there we have declared him the winner in his riding as well. He has never, Omar, sat as a member of Parliament. In fact, this will be when Parliament is set to resume later this month, or in May rather.
this will be his first time in Parliament.
No stranger to big issues, but a political neophyte, and that riding, of course, adjacent to Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Let's get to CTV's Geneviève Beauchemin at Liberal headquarters, and it's always less awkward, Geneviève, when a Prime Minister has won his own seat.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority or majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, you know, this is a big. People are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get a vote out. Every single vote out, door knocking from Mark Carney, and they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift, and so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously, and there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because, you know, of course we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing of seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely. And, you know, as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen. Still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, we'll check in with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland there.
We re-elected Freeland. Told you, it's the same Liberal cabinet.
Rosedale, that's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be interesting. You know, we were talking about the fact that Mark Carney is a political neophyte. It'll be interesting to see in the days and months to come how he evolves into that role of a politician, because it is a cutthroat game.
Well, and who he surrounds himself with. So, for example, Chrystia Freeland, who in that cabinet he made just before the writ drop, moved from being deputy prime minister after all that chaos and drama with Justin Trudeau to the portfolio of transport. Like, what kind of desire there is to project, you know, more change, and how he reassembles cabinet will certainly be something to keep our eye on. CTV declaring Leslyn Lewis, one of the former contenders for the Conservative leadership in Haldimand, Norfolk. I think we just saw Chrystia Freeland. I think I'm also hearing Leslie Church might have flipped Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That by-election for Toronto St. Paul's really like the pinnacle of the Liberal dissent in public opinion polling, and there it is. There we've declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart, the Conservative candidate, who had surprised everybody when he did win.
And there we have it, Leslie Church, again for the Liberals there in Toronto St. Paul's. Let's go to Maya Johnson, who's standing by in Montreal. Maya.
All right. It is very loud here at Liberal Watch Party in downtown Montreal. We are here with Mark Miller, the candidate for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. And just a few months ago, this seemed completely improbable, the Liberals winning this election.
Yeah, look, it didn't look good. I had hope. I'd say probably we deserved to be where we were a couple months ago. A lot of infighting. I think things changed for a number of reasons. I think Prime Minister Trudeau took the right decision for the country to step back. There's the Trump threat that we all got together and really focused on Canadian sovereignty, on tariffs, and the existential threat to Canada and to the economy, 1 million jobs potentially at risk. And I think that focused the mind. The coming of Mark Carney, I think, is very important. A guy that has extremely important leadership credibility, resume, and the work that he's done before he became a politician. I think that was very important. A leadership race that reinvigorated the team and got people motivated for this election. So I think a number of things, including how we ran this election, which was a positive message around affordability, around fighting Trump, and about the leadership that Mark Carney provides for Canadians. And I think Canadians bought into that, as well as rejecting some of the negativity that we heard from the Conservatives.
You said that Justin Trudeau made the right decision in deciding to step aside to allow the party to renew itself. Obviously, Mark Carney does not have any political experience. He has not held a seat in the House of Commons before. Do you think that will be a challenge for him as we navigate a very complicated time?
Well, look, he has an exceptional resume. It's unparalleled in Canada, but he's a political rookie, and so perhaps he's a guy that learns really quickly on the job, and we've seen that throughout the election. But again, we've put a rookie in with 3 games to go in the regular season, and we're about to win it all. So I think that speaks to his ability to learn. But being in caucus, being in government is a different thing. I have all the confidence in his leadership skills to be able to do that. But again, he is new, and Canadians will judge for themselves. But tonight really is one that I think we should just focus on Canadians' choice, and Canadians are never wrong.
We'll let you live this moment live with us as it happens. You can see there's a lot of excitement.
Those are early votes. It hasn't been called yet.
Outcome that I think goes beyond what Liberal supporters were expecting. So I'm going to throw it back to you at the desk so you can take it away.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And right now, we're just waiting to see basically if that Liberal government is a majority government or a minority government. But certainly, remarkable comeback for the Liberals, whatever political stripe you wear. I want to throw it over to Anne-Marie right now with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Okay, James Moore, you published an article very recently that said, always look on the brighter side of life, Monty Python. How are you looking right now?
Look, I'm a lifelong conservative, a proud conservative, but I'm a Canadian first. And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any Prime Minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the Prime Minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in the Alberta and the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do in order to heal those gaps and heal those divides and make this country a more united and better place. He's talked about them. He's said some good things. He's seen some examples in the past. But like when Conservatives talk about Bill C-69, I know it sounds sort of legislative, minutia.
Right.
But there's some really good, thoughtful ideas and good policy proposals that should absolutely be at home in any government in this country, whether it's blue or red, that would heal a lot of divides, that would make Albertans, make Westerners feel like they're part of this country. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do, and I hope that he's open to those ideas, and hopefully he is open to doing what any Prime Minister who's worthy of the office will do, which is to reach out and to build a stronger, more united country and to fill those divides.
We were just listening to Mark Miller, who said, they focused on sovereignty, but you could argue both of these leaders and both of these parties focused on sovereignty. Canada strong, Canada first. Ron, I want to ask you this. If I'm from Alberta and I look at the screen and see Liberal win, what's my reaction tonight?
Well, I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing strategically that is going to be difficult is a big part of this win is Quebec. And we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot to Quebec. Quebec, we've talked about all of a sudden there's a consensus on pipelines. Still difficult to convince Quebecers to build an energy pipeline. Where are we going to put it? How are we going to do this? And so who does he owe something to after tonight? He owes probably a lot to Quebec voters. So that's another cleavage. It's east and west. It's not just rural and urban. It's not just young and old. So we've got some things to heal. And I think when we look at the results, even if you look at Doug Ford's results in 2025, if Pierre comes in at over 39% or close to 39%, which Harper won a majority with that, he could actually end up with more votes from Ontarians that Doug Ford did. But we're still losing in Ontario, which is where we needed to win because of a massive collapse of the NDP. Who would have ever thought the NDP would be at 4%? So that's also a big story tonight to me, to see the NDP, to see a leader that really just drove this party into a ditch. And so I'm sure
you put that on the leader.
I put it on any leader. I mean, there was an opportunity, I think, for Jagmeet Singh or for any NDP leader to create a differentiation between the Liberal leader, who someone mentioned is a banker, and the type of people that normally vote Socialist and NDP. So it's surprising to me that a 4% result for the NDP is shocking. So obviously we'll see a new NDP leader, and that obviously would make a difference in the future, but not tonight.
Sure, you're talking about leadership, but you're focusing on the NDP leader. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre as a leader. What was it about his leadership run in this campaign that people said, I'm choosing differently?
Well, just remember, he actually grew the base of the Conservative Party. He tonight delivered a vote that won us a majority under Stephen Harper. He's grown the base of the party. The progressive vote has completely gone to the Liberals, and the NDP completely collapsed. I do think that Jagmeet Singh has to take some responsibility for that. He had an opportunity to differentiate himself from the Liberals, and he wasn't able to.
Wow, I'm going to let you jump in, but I wanted to say something that I think is really interesting, is that this became a fight about who could stand up to Donald Trump. But do you think any of the leaders imagined that we were going to have what you were talking about now, Ron, which is we've got to look at how do we unify a country, let alone fight what's coming from south of the border.
Still got a strong Conservative team.
That's that point. I mean, Canadians were united on a message of rejection of Trump, right? That's what this election was largely about. Now they're picking a leader who they felt that can best lead them to deal with Trump. And we can't, I mean, at the end of the day, we can't blame the fortunes of one party towards a big downfall of another, right? At the end of the day, now it's everybody needs to unite, and that I think is very important. I personally think the divide is not going to be as significant with Mark Carney's, not only that, James mentioned to me about reminding me that Mark Carney's from Edmonton. Yeah. I think also British Columbia is potentially going.
Albertans think of him as an Albertan?
Well, the thing is, here's an opportunity for him to prove it, right? He started his leadership run in Edmonton, right? So this is the time. Yes, there's work to be done. It means there's a lot of work to be done. BC also has an opportunity now to potentially take the Liberals to majority territory as well, which I think can also happen.
That is exactly what's going to happen tonight.
So
look how excited Christy Clark is about
exactly.
that. You know
so
what?
I think this is what's going to. I think with all the concerns, Canadians have sent a very clear message. We are united. We want all of you united on focusing together. I think that's what needs to happen right now.
I think the other message from Canadians that's really important is that we care about the economy. People are really concerned about their economic health.
But that used to mean the Conservatives.
Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along. And Mark Carney, I mean, he's a guy with a lot of experience, and we know all about that. But he has been talking about resource development, which is, I think, is great. I mean, we started the LNG industry in Canada. In my government, he has all kinds of opportunity. Electing Liberals in British Columbia might be 20 of them, giving him the majority, who will continue to support resource development. So if we do that, we'll create lots of high-paying jobs for lots of working people in the country, and it'll mean we can do things like protect our healthcare system, but also it will mean we'll be able to reach out beyond Canada's borders to the world, and not just to the United States. He's made diversifying our markets around the world a real priority, and I think he's going to stick with that. I don't think he's a guy who sits around and says, oh, gee, I owe this province or another for electing me. I think he's a guy that says, I want to fix the economy, I want to grow Canada, I want to unite the country, and so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, then what does Pierre Poilievre say? Because you have a government now that you have a party, that has had 3 leaders in 3 elections, and they haven't been able to break through. So what does that say, Rana?
For Tom.
And Tom, thank you.
I want to get back to what we were talking about before in the NDP, because it is shocking to me, and it's a bit of a body blow to see the NDP lose party status. We've been talking about it as a real possibility, but it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. It is, I think, the result of a very bad decision, which was to lose the distinction between the NDP and the Liberals. And the day they signed that deal, which we actually never saw, I made the point, what's the business case going to be on the doorstep? How do you talk to voters and say, don't vote for those lousy Liberals, vote for us? And the answer is going to be, but you've been voting for them for the past 3 years. So that lack of distinction made it very easy for progressive voters to say, look, this is a time that's like no other. It's down to a two-way race. Poilievre is not our sauce. We don't like what he's offering, and we're just gonna move our votes over there. We saw a lot of block ridings go over to the Liberals as well tonight, and I want to reassure Rana on her concern with regard to Quebec, because something incredible happened over the past few months. Because François Legault had been categorically opposed to pipelines across Quebec and now is open to discussing it. There was a huge LNG project in the Saguenay that he had said no to categorically, and he says he's now open to discussing. So I think that that is one of the things that Carney has brought to this discussion. He said this is about building the Canadian economy for all Canadians, and Legault knows that there's a whole sector of aluminum that's particularly important in Quebec, but he's not going to try to say, well, you can't help the auto sector, you got to help me, or we've got to say no to the energy sector because you got to think about me first. That's one of the sea changes that we're seeing operate tonight. For the Bloc to drop 10 seats or so tonight, that's huge.
All right, I've got to interrupt the panel. My apologies, but we have a very significant declaration to make at the CTV decision
Minority
desk.
government.
We
Told
are
you.
projecting now
Told you.
a liberal minority government, a liberal minority.
And then they're going to need a coalition with the Bloc in order to pass bills. It's going to be a liberal Bloc coalition because NDP got crushed.
Fascinating dynamic over the coming days and weeks when you consider what our panel was just talking about, Omar, that precipitous drop in support for the NDP, translating to a big decrease in seats. Even though the Bloc sees a decrease as well, their significance in the House of Commons just went up by a whole lot.
And so the question now for the Liberals is, you know, who will be their dance partner? They'll obviously have to reach across the aisle on major initiatives. And this is, you know, Canadians are basically saying, obviously, the dominant issue is Donald Trump. Make it, fix it. You know, fix the situation, show us that you can. And everybody who's here today, maybe we'll see you very soon. So please clear your schedules. The minority situation, of course, you know, it's a very interesting development.
Tom, don't laugh. You're going to be back here maybe in a few months.
Tom's ready to go.
I got it. Let's swing right over there. I can say, I want to get to Mike Lecouture, our senior political correspondent. I can tell you, Mike, and I know you will say the same thing from talking to Liberals, this is not what Mark Carney wanted. He was dead set on needing a majority to be able to contend with Trump in the way that he wanted to. This is a fascinating development.
Yeah, and Vasha, when you consider the fact that in the first week of the campaign, he did let that word slip. And then it was in Laval, Quebec, just north of Montreal, when Mélanie Joly, Foreign Affairs Minister, and as Maya Johnson had interviewed her there, MP for Ahuntsic-Cartierville, at that rally had called for a Liberal majority. That obviously got a lot of our attention in the media. We had asked Mark Carney about it the next day. I asked him point blank, do you want a Liberal majority government because you said you need a strong government and a strong mandate to stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump? And again, he was cagey about it, saying that, look, we want to fight for every vote. We want every Canadian to vote for a Liberal and to have that strong mandate. You heard earlier from David Lametti, one of his good friends, that he would not be satisfied until he finished the job. And in his mind, finishing the job was going to be to get a majority government. Now that that is out of reach, it will be interesting, as you and Omar had just discussed, who will their dance partner be? Think back to the debate. We had heard Yves-François Blanchet and Mark Carney exchanged phone numbers. And Mark Carney joked afterwards when he was asked about it, it's not like we're going to exchange texts or anything, but he thought that it was important to have his phone number. And he said that, look, Blanchet asked for my number. I said, sure, you can have it, and let's stay in touch. So now you have to wonder whether or not one of the first calls tomorrow will be to Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, to see where they can come together, especially when you consider where the NDP vote is going and if the NDP will have any type of balance of power that they can hold going forward. And again, we haven't heard it in this room just yet because another network is on the big screen, but certainly when people hear it, you can expect a bit of a sigh. And because I've been talking to Liberals in this room, they were really crossing their fingers, hoping that they'd gotten enough of the vote out, hoping that they had done enough of the work to prove to Canadians that a majority is what it would take. But a number of them, again, they were cautiously optimistic. And now that we know it's a minority, I think a lot of the people in this room will look at this and say it's a partial win and that they're happy for now, happy that they'll be able to form the government and then try and figure out exactly which party they'll have to work with to get things done in the House of Commons fashion.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be...
Well, they're not wanting to. They don't want any of this to happen. But yes,
if it's going to be a Liberal government,
if it's a minority
government, it is easier to swallow. I want to head over to Abigail Beeman. As we were seeing the tracker coming up on the screen, we were looking at Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it seemed, again, early, but it seemed at that stage that he was trailing in his own riding. We'll see what happens with that ultimately. But what are you seeing and what are you hearing where you are, Abigail?
Well, the mood has certainly changed considerably since the last time we chatted. It's a much different atmosphere in the room now. When CTV projected a Liberal win, the minority screen has not come up yet at these headquarters, but in that first Liberal win, the room just went silent. There was just, not a sound here. And when you look at the faces of the people in the crowd, it's just a very upset scene. I think you'll hear more from my colleague Colton Prale, who's on the floor speaking to those people. But in terms of the campaign, this was a campaign that was very happy to provide me information when things seemed to be going well in terms of those early results from Atlantic Canada, and telling me, a few times that they were expecting, that they were very optimistic about Ontario and BC. I have now not had any information from official party sources in the last, I think we're now at 2 hours, so not interested in speaking at the moment. I've also put in several requests for an update on the leader, Pierre Poilievre. We understand he's watching results with his family in a hotel nearby, and he has said that he will obviously come and speak later, but no updates there as to how he's feeling, what he's thinking, or what he's seeing at this point, watching those results. Perhaps maybe a moment to reflect on some of the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. What stands out to me in my mind right now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute, not a lot of time there. But I really stands out standing in that room at that press conference at platform release day. And there was a moment when the whole energy in the room shifted, and Poilievre, in his comments about the platform release, sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I felt the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was acknowledging or feeling a change of wind, so to speak, about how things were going, and he had almost a sheen in his eye, saying that he owes the country everything. And I saw that again at another point in a rally, and that to me was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week, and seeing that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but last night at his rally in his own riding, when he said for the first time, "No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you." And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that Conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things certainly stand out here. First of all, I know we talk about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people it was about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905 in the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live, that there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. What does that tell you about Mark Carney's ability to deal with Trump?
I think, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole, the price that incumbents pay really does play out when it comes down to people's, the affordability issue was one. The housing issue is a long-term structural problem in this country. Poor Sean Fraser may be paying for some of past sins there. What's, to me, very interesting that we need to be paying attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late from the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly they might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because they may hold the balance of power. So when we think about the Liberals' spending plans, which are large, right? We know they're going to take our deficit up to $60+ billion in the first fiscal year. That's a big number. That's new debt that we'll all carry. They'll need the support from another party for that, and that other party might have spending plans of their own, let's remember. So what was already sort of a big spend facing down a tariff fight, trying to prop up the economy, and economists think it will do that, might get to be an even bigger and more costly spend as we look down this.
And Amanda, as you're speaking, we just have the results for Central Nova. We saw a little bit of a seesaw back and forth, the Liberals and the Conservatives, and we are now able to declare that the incumbent, Sean Fraser, is going to be re-elected in his riding of Central Nova. So despite an early lead from Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative, we know that Sean Fraser will be winning there, has recaptured his seat. Stephen Guilbeault winning his seat in Laurier-Sainte-Marie. You know, you were talking a little bit about what Mark Carney has to do now. In a minority situation, you haven't got the time, right? And we're dealing in a situation at a time when people want results. They want them fairly instantly. Yeah. And so what kind of pressures, what's the most important file other than the U.S.-Canada file? Because in terms of a housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy infrastructure and actually get our resources to Tidewater and new markets? Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority parliament. A minority government has to get agreement in different ways. Will that sense of kind of cohesiveness hang with us? Will we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that'll be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard, because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost of tariffs. It's easier said than done, right? Internal trade is a big deal. It's
and July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces. Right. But the race is on.
I think also, though, so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is the economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, if you're talking about building big projects, I mean, they run through Quebec. And Yves-François Blanchet, if his relative power has just increased despite a decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four that we're talking about. Even Jagmeet Singh has said he'd be okay at this point with the pipeline, for example, who would unequivocally stand in the way of it. Like, this becomes very problematic for any government, in particular this one, if they want to advance that.
It very much changes the stakes, and of course it might change what has to be offered to Quebec in order to appease on some of those issues. It will be a major factor, and remember, we are still fighting a trade war, and we're still fighting, of course, a president that still talks as recently as today about annexation. So it's not a small issue. We do need the country to come together. It'll be so interesting to see, you know, in theory, you could see, of course, the Liberals and the Conservatives working together on some of these issues. We just never have seen that.
In theory, in practice, it would be something to behold, but you never know. If you're up against a crisis,
you never know.
But if there is a time, this would be it, Omar.
But having just had an election, I don't think the appetite for going to the polls again is very high. Canadians probably want to see the parties work together and, you know, effect change, because we are at a critical crossroads in this country, as we all know. Heather Butts is standing by with some more data and some more context. Heather.
Thanks, Omar. Yeah, we were looking at perhaps what parties, Nick, might actually end up helping the Liberals in government. But we'll take a look at our House projections. And this is, again, how we got to where we are right now in the evening. The CTV decision desk projecting that the Liberals could see a range of seats anywhere from 154 to 167, so not reaching that magic marker of 172. The Conservatives could get anywhere from 138 to 152. But Nick, we're really looking at the Bloc and the NDP. The NDP only getting anywhere from 9 to 15. This could really play out interesting tonight.
Yeah, a significant setback for the NDP. And the big question is, will the Bloc hold the balance of power in the next parliament? And what does that mean for the Federation and for Mark Carney and his government?
Certainly an interesting story playing out here. So, Nick, the numbers are coming in, but we still have some really close races. We still don't know for sure all of the MPs yet, of course, who will be heading to Ottawa. So we're going to zero in on Ontario, and we're going to look at the 905 area. For those of you not in Ontario, that's that area around Toronto on the outskirts, and we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at Brampton to Kesey Park.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to organization. It's basically street by street, block by block. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Conservatives can take it over or whether the Liberals hold.
Just an 81 vote difference there in that riding. Brampton East, Liberals in the lead, but just 221 vote split there.
And I think this speaks to the ground game, and the Conservatives are probably hoping they can pick up a couple of these Brampton seats.
Okay, and this one, Brampton West, Nick.
Yeah, this is for the Liberals. So just think, if the Brampton's basically in play, you know, a handful of polls could make the difference.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move over to Aurora Oak Ridges. This is just north of Toronto, and the Conservatives in the lead by 982, but the incumbent, the Liberals, in second place.
Yeah, you know, this is good news for the Conservatives because this potentially could be a pickup, but, you know, check out the NDP numbers, basically nowhere, and the Liberals trailing.
Okay, and let's head over to Markham, Unionville. We'll see what it's looking like there. The Conservatives in the lead by 510, Nick.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been Conservative in the past, so this is good news for Poilievre on this front. But, you know, all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one. Richmond Hill South, still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another Liberal incumbent trailing, Nick.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a comfy lead for Ho on this front, even with 115 polls reporting. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the advanced polls, how that actually plays itself out.
Okay, a couple of close ridings, close races in the 905. That is around the Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it back to the National Newsroom.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And you see, again, the floor and the ceiling there, the max that the CTV News decision desk is projecting is 167, so about 5 seats shy of the 172 majority. And we have, in fact, called for a Liberal minority government. But some interesting results there coming, actually, from the 905.
Very much so. And I think reflective, again, as I mentioned to Amanda, of the challenges with affordability and the degree to which I think people in and around suburbs, particularly in Ontario, are dissatisfied with the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years and making their voice heard. I think I saw at one point Francesca Sobera, who has been around for a while as a Liberal, again in the GTA area. It could have cost him his seat. We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect. But that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is we're assuming the Liberals can find a dance partner or might be able to. But if you look at the numbers, and they're not conclusive at this point, but early look at them would leave you with the impression that if other parties wanted to get together to oppose them, to defeat them, that also isn't not the highest bar for them to cross as well.
Quite a scenario, right?
Very, very different scenarios at play.
And one of the early ridings that we were watching through the night is Central Nova, yes. And it looks like the CTV News decision desk is projecting that Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, will be retaining his seat despite the fact that it looked to the contrary earlier on. But again, he has recaptured his seat. Let's get to CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax, who has been watching this. And this has been quite a back and forth for the past few hours, and we are able to make that declaration now. Todd, what's the reaction there?
Yeah, and Omar, as you can imagine, it was a real nail-biter. It's after midnight here on the East Coast, so there's some distance now between when the polls closed and when we're getting those results. And the Conservative Bryson Jenkins had what seemed to be a pretty respectable lead, but that now flipped to the point where we declared Sean Fraser as the winner. And so, again, you start wondering about those advanced polls and if those got counted later, and if that's what created a bit of a surge for Sean Fraser. I want to go to another riding, Terra Nova, the peninsulas on the island of Newfoundland. This is one where Jonathan Rowe had a slight edge ahead of, or he had a fairly healthy lead over Anthony Germain, and that is down now to, look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left to count. So that one is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, St. Margaret's South Shore in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP, Conservative, is now trailing the Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced poll votes had been counted and whether that created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal now, where Mitsui is standing by.
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. At this point, the Bloc is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. If we look at the possible seat changes, The Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's 9 right now, but it's been 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc. They say their hearts are with the Bloc. And the Bloc did run a good campaign. But the people say they're worried about global trade wars. They're worried about Donald Trump. And under these circumstances, they say sovereignty is a hard sell this time. Now, an example of what's happening to the Bloc, if you look at Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, it's a Bloc riding. Now, the Liberals don't have a huge lead, but you got to remember that this is a riding where the Liberals are traditionally not strong at all. And the Liberals are leading here. And also, we go back to Trois-Rivières. That's the riding where we said was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a 3-way race. The Liberals are ahead of the incumbent Bloc. Still, though, overall in Quebec, the Bloc are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So they have lost seats, but they're looking at the possibility of holding that balance of power. We'll go over now to Ottawa. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Mitsimi, well, we know Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next door in Carleton, so interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones, with about 5 polls reporting, show the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now, very interesting, does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. Could be a long night due to that very long ballot in Carleton, although I don't want to complain about that when I hear Todd Battis saying it's after midnight where he is. But it will be an interesting riding, certainly, to watch as those results start to come in. Again, there were 91 names on that ballot. Now, elsewhere, outside of the city of Ottawa, Conservatives are doing well as expected. A rural riding that has typically gone very well. Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, where incumbent Eric Duncan, the first openly gay Conservative MP, is now elected tonight, his 3rd term there. And another rural riding with historically strong support for the Conservatives, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Michael Barrett ran away with a win in 2021. That was his 2nd straight, now make it 3 in a row. This is a riding that had flipped from Liberal support in 2004, has not looked back since. So Michael Barrett in again there, but we will continue to watch Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton and see how that goes tonight. For now, we want to go back, though, to Toronto and Michelle Dubé with how things are progressing there. Michelle.
Yes, Patricia. Well, as the results roll into the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt, because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Mark Carney is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Roman Baber, he at this point could potentially unseat Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, first elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Also, if we go over to York, Durham, this is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that the Conservative candidate here, Jacob Mantle, a lawyer, a ward councillor, he is taking this riding. So it does signal that people in this part of the country are hungry for some change. And we got our eye on about, I would say, 12 other ridings that are potential Conservative gains at this stage. So it really does tell the story of keeping the Liberals' power in check in this election. Let's go over to Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 ridings. Right now, Conservatives are leading or elected. And we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings have gone Conservative, leading or elected in 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings, going for the Conservatives there. So only 1 riding for the NDP in Edmonton. That's Edmonton Strathcona. This one's not a surprise. Heather McPherson is a 2-time NDP MP there. She's very popular. She won with 60% margin last time. But I want to turn your attention to Edmonton Gateway. This is Tim Upple's riding. He's expected to win here. He is a 5-term MP. But it's the independent candidate here, Rod Loyola, that maybe could throw a spanner in the works. He was running for the Liberals. He's a former NDP MLA. He resigned to run for the Liberals. They dumped him fairly early on in the campaign because they found an old video where he was speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at an anti-NATO rally. So they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the slogans, and he used them anyway. He basically came out and said, hey, they don't own the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Uckball is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Mi-Jung in Vancouver.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight two-way races and three-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that CTV has declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals trying to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent Parm Bains. Now, I've been watching this riding. It's been going back and forth between those two all night, a really tight battle. This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives leading at this point, but just a few minutes ago, Parm Bains was leading. So now let's take a look at Vancouver Kingsway. Now, this is a stronghold for the NDP, one that the NDP definitely wants to hang on to if they want to maintain their official party status with 12 seats. Don Davies, very popular incumbent in that riding. He is leading, but not by very much. Like, he used to win by a landslide. The last 5 elections, he's won for Vancouver Kingsway. But right now, Amy Gill of the Liberals, only 100 votes behind Don Davies. So this is one the NDP wants to hang on to. Liberals are hoping to flip it. Tight race right now. Don Davies, personally very popular, very involved in the community. You know, just on Saturday when there was the tragic, deadly attack at the Filipino festival, he had been at that festival, Don Davies, and then when he heard about the carnage and people being killed, he went back to show his support for the people there to see if there was anything he could do. He is popular in that riding. We'll see if his personal popularity can win out over any strategic voting coalescing on the progressive side. So we're keeping watch on those two very close ridings and several others that are shaping up to be real races.
And
Omar, Vashi?
Mi-Jung, thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the tracker, as Mi-Jung mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP. They need 12 for official party status. Will they even have that before the night is over? The results in BC, particularly on the island where they have 6 of the 7 seats, or had, I should say, a dissolution, that is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party and also the future of its leader as well.
Yeah, and really the sort of drop in their support in Ontario, a big part of the story as well. We'll look to get some of the key results in that province that are emblematic of that right now, though we want to head over to the riding of Central Nova, long held by the McKay family, now held for a number of elections by Sean Fraser in a bit of a nail-biter over the last number of hours. I want to head to Paul Hollingsworth, who is actually over there at Sean Fraser's headquarters, I believe. Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Look, if you're looking for a political emotional roller coaster, we found one here in Central Nova. We pulled into town about 9 hours ago, and there was a feeling of buoyancy and optimism from Sean Fraser's camp that they were going to win and have this result be the re-election for the Liberals. Then when those early polling results came in the early hours of this campaign this evening, when we saw those results, fear, doubt, and concern set in. It looked like it could be a Conservative win, and this room was very quiet. Feelings of despair set in, and people were clearly worried about the outcome. Look, when you look at Bryson Jenkins, what he accomplished in his campaign, we are told he's a young, energetic campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months, had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter MacKay was there. His father, Elmer MacKay, was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to seal the deal. But the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they wanted to wait for those advanced polling numbers to come in. It's purely anecdotal on our part, but it seems to be that those polling numbers from the advanced polls probably made a huge difference. And what could have been a major Conservative gain here in Central Nova, a riding with deep progressive Conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what clearly was a stressful victory, but a key hold for the Liberals as they hang on to Central Nova here in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie, I wonder if you guys are taking a pool to see how soon we'll be back together again.
Look how close those numbers are, guys, right now.
It's quite a result.
Well, yeah, I just switched, but it's very close. Look at when you're dealing with a minority that is this close, you got to look at who your dance partner is. And Ronnie, you guys were just having a very lively discussion at this end of the table about who that could be.
Yeah. Well, right now it looks like it's the Bloc, and so I go back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, you know, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in the House of Commons and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to owe something to the Bloc? And is that his dance partner?
No.
Is it going to be the NDP?
It's going to be the NDP. Look, they're at 11. They're at 11 seats right now. It requires 12 to get official party status.
Right.
This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have no trouble negotiating official party status anyway, because they'd offer their support to the new minority Liberal government.
But then we're back where we started. And I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had.
For the reason you gave, Rona, it would be toxic.
The Bloc is worse, but the
for Carney to go with the Bloc.
But I mean, the NDP is not going to be any better than what we just had for the last 10 years.
But depending on how this goes, I'm wondering, for the Conservatives on the panel here, is Blanchette on the phone with Poilievre right now, accepting those calls, wondering if maybe he's going to be I mean, it's not only the Liberals that are facing this question.
We are not going to be in a coalition with separatists.
So
that would never
okay, well, then I guess then, if that's...
You know what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are going to have to work together. They're going to have to figure out where they have some common ground.
If he stays.
He'll stay.
Yeah. But I mean, I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding dance partners, right? I think also this election has been very different, right? Canadians are wanting the parties to work together because we have a significant threat before us. And I think it's very important. I've known Mark Carney from before. He's not the type of person that's just going to be placating for the sake of who do I work with. This is about dealing with the most consequential threat. And to be honest, I believe him. So this is about working together. We have premiers working together, right? So it's incumbent upon us federally to be working together as well. And I believe that Mark Carney is the right person to do that.
Okay, but this, in Mark Miller's words from earlier tonight, somebody from his own party, he is a rookie. So when you're talking about a minority government like this, this takes politics. He does not have experience with politics.
It is
and we
a
have seen people come from outside and land in Ottawa and get chewed up by the gears of bureaucracy. So how does he lead in a situation that right now, look at 157, 148.
The challenge he also has, too, is the Liberal Party has always been a coalition. I mean, certainly is now with all these NDP voters that have supported it. So he's got the challenge of dance party with the Bloc on the one hand, and then in kind of a dance party inside happening down in the basement of the Liberal Party of Canada, where he's got to find his way to reaching his economic goals, which I think he sincerely believes in, when there may be a lot of people inside his party who might not be, super supportive of some of those things.
James, I want to take that thought bubble that I can see that's above your head and get you to say it out loud. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, look, when you're elected into a majority government, then you can kind of plan out your agenda over the course of 36 to 48 months. When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize, and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislative approval, what you can do by governor and council, what you can do through partnership with with provinces and do through a Budget Implementation Act. So as a Prime Minister in a minority government, it'll be incumbent on Prime Minister Carney to say, these are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities out there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority of the House. He doesn't have a majority of the popular vote. He has an obligation to respect the democratic mandate that is expressed in the entirety of Parliament and work with others in order to get things done. He is correct, Prime Minister Carney is correct, that the biggest challenge that Canada will have, at least through the calendar 2025 and probably for the next couple of years, is the threat of the abrogation of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement with the United States, the imposition of tariffs, and the belligerence from the White House. He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, Liberals acting with open minds and in good faith can get a lot of good things done for the country, but it requires people to come together and for Mr. Carney to come forward and to be prepared to do that.
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Poilievre, then, can Canada First and Canada Strong work together?
Yes. I think yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center, because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left-wing socialist voters that have got him there.
I'm not sorry,
NDP voters.
Not sure that's an exact quote.
NDP voters, I'll paraphrase. And he, for instance, his platform is more spending than Trudeau ever did. He also has a higher industrial carbon tax and then a carbon tariff at the border. And so when you look at tax increases and big spending, I don't think many Canadians want that. Definitely no Conservatives want it. So maybe he can back away from some of those things and work with Pierre on some of those things.
And maybe I'm romantic, or maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm both. But it has been said, and it's true, it's one of my favorite quotes in politics, it's remarkable what you can achieve if you don't care who gets the credit. And if the purpose of Parliament is to nation build, and the purpose of Parliament is to bolster the Canadian risks against a President of the United States who today is joking about us being a 51st state,
on election
who
day,
mocks our country, who mocks our Prime Minister, if the threat against Canada from the President of the United States isn't enough for us to work together, if you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat, let's get through this, let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this Parliament.
And you're already seeing this right now.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I have to agree with James on this, absolutely. That's what Canadians expect. And if you don't, guess what? Next election, they're going to send you even a stronger message.
I think that's
But
right.
I have always thought of James as a real romantic, I have to say. But I think he's really romanticizing the situation here, because when we talk about belligerent, really, that's a word that most of us would associate with Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's going to be really difficult to try and make that dance party work in the House of Commons.
I'm going to
given
point
the
everybody's attention to what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're talking about Mr. Poilievre working with Mr. Carney. That may not be the case.
Okay.
Then where do we land? Where does your romantic mindset get us?
James, yeah.
The night is young.
Send us a Valentine.
Well, look, I think Pierre will still win his riding. The people in the district have known him for 20 years and all that. But look, aside from the immediacy of the numbers right now, we're talking about the next 4 years. I think Canadians don't want to go into another election very soon, very quickly. And I think that it's going to be incumbent on Mr. Carney to make those bridges built on sturdy public policy that will be beneficial to all of the country. Like Rana, by the way, I am a little bit leery about the Bloc Québécois. I don't doubt what Mr. Mulcair says about Premier Legault and the province of Quebec wanting to do some things that are good for the country and to protect Quebec and all of Canada from the threats of the United States. However, the Bloc Québécois are a different political animal, and their real goal, in my view, are the 2026 provincial elections in the province of Quebec and supporting the Parti Québécois and what risk that threatens to the country. But for the rest of this year and early into next year, the two main parties that aspire to govern this country need to make sure that they're working for the benefit of the country and not for the benefit of the next election campaign. Because Canadians don't want a campaign. They want this country strong and united to push back against Donald Trump. That means getting Canadian and Alberta resources to global markets. It means Conservatives recognizing the shortcomings of their campaign. And little things like, for example, boots, not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away. You don't say, look, what's wrong with wearing a suit to work every day? I do. What's wrong with working in the professional services? I understand what Mr. Poilievre was saying in the campaign about boots, not suits, but how about boots and suits? How about making sure the political party grows? You don't grow and succeed as a political party if you're saying to cohorts of Canadians, you're not welcome here. you grow the political party by welcoming people in. And so that small example magnified across the country, if the Conservatives do that and the Liberal Prime Minister, I think, makes appropriate, recalibrations given the results tonight that it's not a majority, I think we can put country first.
And
we can put country.
And also, let's not forget, some of the other voters, when it comes to progressive voters, they were very concerned with what Pierre Poilievre was saying. And so some of that NDP vote did obviously shift also because of him. And that's something that he has to also realize as well, is how do you speak to all Canadians. Okay. I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate political infighting when you have a significant threat like this. Yeah. And I think Mark Carney has been right. He's demonstrated, even the little time that he has been as Prime Minister, how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market. And I appreciate the thing about spending more. But the thing is, he's got a proven track record of proper investment. That's right. We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly. Right. And one of the key things that Mark Carney's talked about is the interprovincial trade barriers. We need to get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to Europe, and also let's not forget the Pacific as well.
I know this conversation is going to continue off camera, but I'm going to send it over to Vashi and to Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Let's head on over to Natalie Johnson, who's standing by in the riding of University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland sees in a Mark Carney government now.
Well, that's a great question, Omar. I'll ask her that right now. She would, of course, have been an intimidating incumbent to go up against a political powerhouse who played a role in triggering this snap election. Chrystia, congratulations on reclaiming your very red riding here at University of Rosedale. But we know that the picture is not quite as merry across the GTA. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now about how
I think this is crazy. We're just re-electing the entire same Liberal team.
The GTA seats that the Liberals may or may
This is literally the entire same Liberal cabinet.
I think it's important for
and they're going to have a couple new backbenchers, but otherwise we've got Freeland, we've got Guilbeault, we've got McKinnon, we've got LeBlanc, we've got Fraser, Jolie. It's this entire same cabinet.
People were even talking about whether we would retain official party status in the next election. And so tonight, when it is clear that we are going to form government, from my perspective, that is an outstanding result. And I do want to say Prime Minister Mark Carney has been doing a fabulous job in his brief weeks as Prime Minister and leading this campaign. This is a great night for the Liberal Party, but even more importantly, this is a great night for Canada, because I really believe the ballot
I don't know.
has been
I can't believe that we're
who
doing
can
that.
stand up to Donald Trump, who can defend our sovereignty, who can defend our national
Also, this is going to be copyrighted, so she's got music playing in the background that's copyrighted, so I can't listen to it.
You told me earlier today that when you resigned your role as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister back in December, there were some people...
Here, I'm going to switch to...
Center right now, the Conservative incumbent Greg McLean is in second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan. If you're a political nerd, like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well-known in provincial politics. And finally, Calgary McKnight, where the Liberal George Chahal finds himself in second at this point. The Conservative Delwinder Gill ahead by more than 400 votes at this stage of the game, Rosie.
Lots of interesting races there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at... Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois. And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but the news here is what many in the NDP feared. Jagmeet Singh is in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes. But for Jagmeet Singh to be in third, that might be the start of a very bad story for him tonight. And there you go, Elizabeth May. She is leading in her riding by 1,700 votes. Saanich Gulf Islands will continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time. She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage. And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to run in Outremont, came in fourth. Rachel Bendayan easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec. And one more. There you go. This is in the riding of the Beauce. You can see the Conservative there won. My gosh, that is a huge margin, 20,000 votes in the Beauce. Maxime Bernier placing third. He is still the leader of the People's Party of Canada. We'll see whether that party continues after tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochrane, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all night. But look at this. With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now with 268 of 270.
See, this is why it's important to get out and vote. And people say, oh, my vote doesn't make a difference. There's a 20-vote difference in that riding.
Lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is like the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advanced vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advanced votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Chrystia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Chrystia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Chrystia Freeland.
Okay, I can't listen to Freeland again. We just had to listen to her on CTV.
Potential seat change for the Conservative.
Sorry, that's loud.
Gaining 8 seats in the West. The Liberals potentially gaining 6 seats. And the NDP, Nick, take a look at that. Down possibly 10 seats.
Yes, we were talking about the feeding frenzy in British Columbia with both the Liberals and the Conservatives going into British Columbia repeatedly because they saw the NDP vulnerability. That's manifested itself. and both the Conservatives and the Liberals have benefited.
Okay, Nick, so let's take a look now right across the country as we see the potential seat change right across the country from Atlantic Canada to the West Coast. What stands out? What stands out the most to you on this one, Nick?
Well, you know, what really stands out is you can see the Liberals picking up in Quebec, Conservatives in Ontario and the West, and, you know, the NDP just basically a setback everywhere.
Okay, a really interesting story playing out here this evening, especially for the NDP, and we'll see a little bit later on, you know, where those votes really went and where their supporters went. And again, right now, CTV News declaring a Liberal minority. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Corey, Kathleen, and Scott right now. I want to go back to the story that's developing and emerging right now in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. We heard James Moore say just minutes ago he thinks that Pierre Poilievre will capture his riding. What's going through your mind, Corey, as you're watching these results?
I'm a lot less certain that that's going to be the case, because I look at all of the Ottawa seats, and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. Like the 613 area code isn't just going Liberal, it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, you know, averaging over 60%, with the Conservatives landing in the 30s, and in some ridings, you know, in the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time, and then we just saw those numbers go down, 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 down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You know, you look at these numbers, and I think he could be in real trouble. I think he could be in real trouble because it's not just the Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by, you know, public servants, which is places like Stittsville and that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals pulled off a big win in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that is looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I wanted to ask you about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers, particularly you were the one who earlier mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario, in particular, some really solid seats for the New Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audrey McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, you know, brought our party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for British Columbia. We have a lot of New Democratic seats that are leaning or looking, you know, small numbers of polls there, but that are looking good. Obviously, Cowichan, Courtney Alberni, a few others, even the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go our way, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flock to other parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that the Conservatives pulled some of our vote in some areas too. But Liberals were the benefiter for sure. And right now it seems like Canadians have hired Mr. Carney to take on Trump, but those votes are on loan. He borrowed those votes. And if he fails to actually deliver on the U.S. question, those votes will hopefully come back. But there's going to be a lot of rebuilding if New Democrats don't form party status. Actually, I want to pick up something quickly on your other panel that was saying about party status. And there is an opportunity, I think, for Liberals to actually think about giving New Democrats, having the grace to give New Democrats party status. And I'll tell you why. Because in a minority parliament, all the busy work happens in committees. And if they don't have a New Democrat on those committees will be very problematic. It also means they won't have a New Democrat on the Internal Board of Economy, which is a really inside baseball kind of talk.
You're making the case.
Because it's this kind of stuff that actually will help the Parliament run more smoothly. Listen, he's a neophyte politician. He's going to need help, you know, to make Parliament work.
So there was a point a few minutes ago, Scott, where it was like a dead heat almost. Like the Liberal edge was very small. That has since amplified, right? You're looking right now at 164 seats to 146. This is, not a conclusive number at this point. What type of minority government does that look like to you versus, neck and neck?
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done in the evening. And Corey and I were talking, Kathleen, off camera. When you look at the effect of the advanced ballots coming in toward the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those close ridings in the 905, Bramptons, a couple of other spots. I think you'll see that the Liberal plurality will firm up. To me, the issue about the minority is really about Carney and his agenda. And, looking at what the other panel was talking about when you talk about these questions of how do you manage Trump? How do you take on these challenges? I mean, let's be crystal clear about this. Mark Carney, as Prime Minister, inherits a country in crisis, right? We are in a trade war with our largest partner, with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest military. Our security and economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular or at least specifically unpopular among certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's going to be part of the job of Prime Minister, is to take some unpopular decisions. It is much harder to do that when you're in a minority parliament. But when folks are saying, well, this means he's going to feel beholden to Quebec, so therefore he won't do pipelines, I think that's a complete misreading of Mark Carney. I think he has all the potential and was on course, if he'd been in a majority situation, to be a radical Prime Minister, someone who's willing to undertake really quite sweeping change and re-engineer the economy, our relationship with the United States, and move on these things in a sense of crisis and take the permission that crisis sometimes grant you to do things like energy infrastructure and internal trade barriers. Now, how will he do that in a minority parliament? I think one of the questions is, will the Conservatives, out of reflex, always vote against everything? If he isolates an issue and says, I want to do this on energy, and I know that the Bloc won't love it, but why in hell can't I get some Conservative votes for this? Because are the Conservatives now just going to focus on, well, how soon can we end this government and try to force another election? And the other, whale of a story that is yet to come this evening is, will Pierre Poilievre still be leader? Will he hang on to his riding? And how might that affect the management of the parties in a minority parliament? So there's a lot of cards to be played.
And Scott, as you're speaking, we're just getting some results from the westernmost part of the country, from Saanich Gulf Islands, which of course is Elizabeth May's riding, and the CTV News Decision Desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. Chuckles from Scott.
Why are you laughing? She held. Come on, there was a competition there.
The whole evening has been a game of 52-card pickup, and she hangs on to her riding. The NDP are obliterated, and Elizabeth May hangs on.
Let's go live there. Live. Let's take a listen in.
Let's listen in.
Why sentiments exactly?
Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister.
Oh, they shut her off.
Right, so obviously the audio not that great, but you can tell from her facial expressions that she's jubilant, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future to a certain extent. Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of Jagmeet Singh, does he stay or does he go? Because, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the NDP and the collapse in their support. To be fair, he was able to advance significant causes in this parliament. What happens to him now?
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of reflection, which is the pat answer. But, I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values of Canadians. New Democrats have fought throughout the years for the programs, the social programs that Canadians care most about: pensions, health care, things like dental care. And so there's going to be after some introspection, and I really think that Jagmeet will go down in the history books. He has done some incredible things in this past parliament, but the party's going to have to look at some serious renewal.
All right. And Scott, I just want to pick up on Chrystia Freeland's comments and just your thoughts on that. What kind of role do you see for her in a Carney government? We know that Donald Trump has used some colorful language to describe her, so not the greatest relationship there. How can you bring unity within these former Liberal leadership contenders? How does Mark Carney do that, and also give her some kind of cabinet role that she'd be happy with?
Look, I actually think it's less challenging than you might think. Chrystia Freeland's very capable. She's a great minister. She's a great Ottawa minister. She's a great boardroom minister, fixing problems, managing government itself and the apparatus of government. I think she's weaker when we see her as a public communicator, someone that's trying to carry and summon public consensus. Just not her strength, even as we saw in that interview, to be honest with you. And so I think, to be blunt, he'll find a place where he can harness her talents in his cabinet. But I don't think, I don't think she's going to be point on the Canada-U.S. file, as an example. I don't think she's going to be point on the energy file.
I think we want to head over to, actually, let's take a look right now where things stand in Pierre Poilievre's riding. You can see 40 of 266 polls reporting it is a close race. 1,500 votes separate right now the Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy and Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. Burnaby Central, here we've got Jagmeet Singh's riding. With 39 of 200 polls reporting, and Mr. Singh, the leader of the NDP, right now sitting in third place. Certainly, Omar, if that is solidified and we declare it a loss for Jagmeet Singh, and there is a loss of official party status as well, his future is very much in peril. I would say also another key NDP riding that Kathleen mentioned, Hamilton Centre, Matthew Green, the incumbent NDP candidate, also taking a loss, or at least poised to take a loss there. Let's go over to Heather Wright, who's actually in that riding now. Hey, Heather.
Across the riding, going door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood. Completing an effort that started...
All right, it looks like Heather Wright is standing by. Heather, can you hear us?
When that happens, it's going to be great. I promise. Yeah.
She will have lots to say when we do reach her finally. But if you're Jagmeet Singh tonight and looking at these numbers, I mean, he's not even trailing. He's in number 3 spot in that riding that he represents. So not great news for him. Hamilton Centre, we can see here that. The Liberal has a 537-seat vote lead right now. And I'm being told that we do have Heather Wright with us. Heather, can you hear us now?
We know that elections...
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so tell us what's going on where you are.
In order for our democracy to function,
well, so we're here. I'm just speaking a little quietly because the candidate here, the NDP candidate, Matthew Green, he just arrived. He is going to lose his riding likely here in Hamilton Centre. We've heard from Jagmeet Singh. He was in this area, in these Ontario ridings throughout the closing days of this campaign, trying to hold on to these seats, telling his supporters to hold the line here. But this, along with a number of other NDP seats here in Southern Ontario, look like they will be flipping. And so we're hearing from Matthew Green now. He is speaking to his supporters who a little while ago said it felt like a funeral here. And so this, again, is part of that broader story of the NDP collapse here in Ontario and in other ridings across the country.
Tomorrow we wake up, this country will be a different place.
All right, thank you so much. This is a huge upset just following along this storyline of NDP losses. Nikki Ashton, a really long-time NDP MP in the Manitoba riding of Churchill, taking a loss to her Liberal competitor, Rebecca Chartrand. That is a significant loss. When I had spoken to people in the NDP campaign, they thought that that was potentially a pretty safe seat for them, so that's a big deal. Another big upset for the NDP over in Edmonton, one of those sort of central Edmonton, downtown Edmonton ridings, which has gone NDP at times, including in the last election, now flipping to Kerry Diot, who ran for mayor, I believe, also sat as an MP at some point. Pretty well-known Conservative figure in Edmonton, Omar, but a big hit for the NDP there as well.
And official party status is significant. I mean, the NDP sitting right now, again, just right now at 8 seats, official party status is 12. It's not just a fancy title. I mean, this
comes with resources,
budgets, money,
represent.
exactly, and significantly increases a party's ability to advance their causes, public discourse, that sort of thing. So it's not just a title. It does carry some weight to it, and that's why it is important to reach at least that 12-seat threshold in whatever parliament you happen to be in.
One piece of, just sorry to interrupt, one piece of quick good news for them. In this long tail now of bad news, Alexandre Belouris re-elected to their lone seat in Quebec. We were just able to declare.
That's great news for them. I believe we have Colton Prail right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Colton Prail standing by. Tell us, Colton, where you are and what you're hearing.
Yeah, Omar, I'm in the Conservative HQ here, and the reactions tonight have been stark. We've seen intense anger, especially when we called the result, before we even had a minority or majority. But since then, that emotion has quelled, and it's turned into this level of disbelief. The number of supporters that I've talked to here that are stunned that they find themselves in what they feel like is essentially the same situation they were in 5 weeks ago is significant. And in some cases, that disbelief is literal. When we saw the closing of those polling numbers, of those result numbers, when they were both in the 50s, for example, there were chants of bring it home here. There were supporters who, despite us having called the results, genuinely still believed that this was up for grabs and that this was still available to them. That has subsided a little bit here, but what we're left with is massive questions around the future of the party. Everyone I speak to still says they feel like Pierre Poilievre is the leader for the Conservatives, and they have their faith behind him. But at the same time, they're looking at the results coming in Carleton, and again, wondering...
Kuzi, Lanceman, Lewis, some of the 3 strongest female MPs, and Dangsho, I always say her name wrong, but she also got reelected as well.
Spoke to have had a very different reaction, and I think it is important to highlight they feel good. I mean, this is obviously not the result that they were looking for, but they are proud of the campaign they run, and I think that speaks to why this level of disbelief is here. So many of these people were at the rallies, they were surrounded by thousands of other supporters, and they're just having a hard time grasping how what they experienced there could translate into the results they're seeing tonight.
Every single person in that room right now, Colton, is going to be watching to see what happens with Pierre Poilievre in his home riding of Carleton-Dashu.
Yeah, edge of your seat stuff. We want to return to that story of the NDP suffering some really significant losses that puts their status as an official party in jeopardy. Jagmeet Singh now in 3rd position in Burnaby Central. His riding, we're waiting to see conclusively what happens there, but it's not looking good for the leader of the NDP. Let's head over to Burnaby, where we find our Judy Trin. She is reporting from the NDP headquarters this evening. Judy, what is the mood there right now? How are they internalizing what we are seeing in the form of these results?
Vashi, they are trying to remain upbeat. As you can hear behind me, they are trying to cheer for any positive result that has come in that they see on the board. But let's face it, in Burnaby right now, Jagmeet Singh is polling 3rd. He is far behind the Liberal candidate as well as the Conservative candidate. It's important to point out that these are 2 relative unknowns. He was the incumbent, he had the brand recognition, and he is in 3rd place at this point. What I can tell you and what I think is the story is this collapse of the NDP in Ontario. And what is interesting to me is when you look at where the votes are going, where are the NDP votes going, right? Specifically in Southwest Ontario. What is interesting is that in London, as well as in Windsor, those seats, those NDP seats went to Conservative candidates. And I want to give our viewers a little bit of context. Pierre Poilievre was the last leader to visit Windsor. He actually visited Windsor, but his time on April 11th. But his timing may have been perfect in regards to speaking to the constituents there. He visited Windsor on April 11th. That was the day that the GM plant, electric vehicle plant, CAMI, announced that it was going to go under a partial shutdown, a temporary shutdown. They said it wasn't related to the tariffs, but it was related to declining sales. polls. So once again, he was in that region espousing his message while Mark Carney was in Ottawa, while Jagmeet Singh was also in Ottawa at the time. So whether or not, even despite being the last leader to visit this automotive heartland, the manufacturing heartland of Canada, whether or not he was able to speak most directly to the people. And I think that also the other story that sticks out for me is that the NDP really wanted to talk about the fact that they were endorsed by so many unions, the most unions of any party, despite the fact that Liberals and the Conservatives were actively courting. Unions that represented more than 1 million workers. But those unions, those unionized workers may not have showed up for them at the polls. Vashi, Omar.
All right, thank you so much, Judy. A lot of different results coming in British Columbia. We're seeing some significant pickups for the Conservatives, but also for the Liberals, all of it at the expense of the NDP. A lot to watch there. It's a very dynamic situation, and it's going to inform where those numbers at the bottom of your screen actually end up over the course of the evening.
Let's get to Heather Butts. She's been tracking the context in all of this, looking at the people behind the numbers. And Heather, what can you tell us?
Well, Omar, we're actually going to pick up on what my colleague Judy Trinh was just talking about there, and that is the NDP and how they ended up losing so many votes and where those votes went to. So, Nick, we're going to talk about vote efficiency. What does that mean for our audience?
Well, you have to think of it this way, Heather. The thing is there's popular support, and the thing is that the number of seats you can generate with the votes that you have, the more efficient that you are, the more likely you are to win an election. In this particular campaign, those smaller parties, the NDP and the Bloc, just have been crushed by both the Liberals and the Conservatives.
And let's head to southwestern Ontario. We're giving you a map, a visual representation of what Judy Trinh was just talking about. The fact that the Conservatives have really swept this riding, or excuse me, this region. And this is, as she mentioned, a place where there's a lot of manufacturing jobs. The auto sector is a huge employer in this region.
Yeah,
Nick.
An absolute breakthrough for the Poilievre Conservatives in southwestern Ontario. And if you remember, when at the beginning of the night we were talking about races that were too close to call, it was in this particular region. And what it shows is that the Conservative campaign was able to punch above its weight, explains why it was able to pick up a significant number of seats in Ontario and help them close the gap with the Liberals.
Okay, let's head towards the Kitchener area. Nick, I want to look at this riding. Kitchener Centre, the Conservatives in the lead by 781 votes there over the Green incumbent, Nick.
Yeah, and great news for the Conservatives here, and for the Greens, they don't have a lot of seats to start off with, and losing Kitchener Centre is a significant setback for a party that's trying to make a breakthrough, and actually a party that's really struggling right now.
And Nick, I just want to point out, because we are talking about the NDP in last place in this riding with just 625 votes.
Yeah, and think of it this way. There are a lot of university students around there, so the fact that the Greens are losing this seat, the NDP are not doing well, is really indicative of what's happening tonight.
Okay, let's take a look at Kitchener-Conestoga. Two-horse race here, Nick. The Conservatives in the lead by 592 votes over the Liberal incumbent.
This probably speaks to the organization of the ground on that the Conservative campaign has in terms of them challenging to unseat the Liberal incumbent in Kitchener-Conestoga.
Okay, and Nick, let's talk about vote efficiency. That is what we were talking about earlier, about getting out the vote. Just walk us through this. The Conservatives doing quite well.
So, yeah, think of it this way. With 49% of the votes in southwestern Ontario, they won a whopping 83% of the seats. It speaks to the effective targeting, probably the tour of Pierre Poilievre in southwestern Ontario, and how he's able to convert, a certain number of 49% into like a majority, 8 out of every 10 seats in southwestern Ontario. And you look at the Liberals, not being as efficient in terms of converting their support into seats.
We really see that, Nick, especially when we talk about getting out the vote and how they are campaigning across the country. So if we look at the vote value nationally, it's very similar to the polling information, Nick.
Yeah, it is. Except if you're the New Democrats, think of it this way. They only converted, their percentage by 1/3, like 6% to 2% in terms of percentage of seats. It shows how inefficient the New Democrats were.
Certainly a very big story unfolding this evening with the New Democrats, and it is seen right there on that vote efficiency. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. I want to send it to Geneviève Beauchemin, who's at Liberal headquarters right now. And obviously, you know, positive news for the Liberals, if you're a Liberal, seeing the fact that there is, Geneviève, a Liberal government. The fact that it's a minority government certainly doesn't give them the mandate of a majority government. What's your reaction in the room where you are?
Well, you know, there was a lot of cheers and there was some hugging when the announcement was made that it was going to be a Liberal government. The minority part of it is, of course, worry. Some people are just like, I saw some people biting their nails still watching the screen a few moments ago. Now, I do have two Liberal supporters with me, Tyler Romans and Bernadine Clifford. They actually met door knocking and they met up again tonight. So relationship on the road there that was budding and then meeting up again here tonight. Just tell me your thoughts about when you saw. I know that you were very emotional.
I was. I came in here tonight unsure, and I'm relieved to see what's happened tonight. I think the right person has been chosen, and I will sleep better.
You were saying that if there wasn't going to go the Liberals' way, you were going to be devastated.
I was going to be a hot crying mess, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm so pleased with the results.
And I know, Tyler, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, we're looking at some of the numbers in Carleton and Pierre Poilievre's riding, and we don't know how that's going to end. What are you making it? I guess that's the next bar. Everybody in the room is trying to see what's happening.
I'm very excited about the early numbers. I'm very optimistic. I think it shows that you can't count, you know, Liberals out until the race is actually over. And I do think that Poilievre does have his work cut out for him, and it's very exciting to see. I'm looking forward to how it's going to turn out.
You were both door knocking in Nepean, of course, Mark Carney's riding. Tell me about what people were telling you at the door. What made you hopeful about tonight, even though you were still apprehensive?
Made me hopeful. The positive response that I got at the door, and when I went back to find out whether they had voted today and got even better responses, that they had voted in the advance polls or voted this morning. So, yeah, it gave me more hope.
You were talking about the fact that many people had gone to the polls early. That was what it was.
Yeah, exactly. I find that this election in particular is a very important one of our time, and I think the turnout is going to show that. I obviously don't know the numbers right now, but I think we're going to have a much higher turnout than our last election, and that's a good thing for Canada as a whole, for our democracy, and the people getting out to vote is nothing but good things for this country.
I did want to ask, you told me before that both of you had not really been volunteers before. What was it about this particular election?
Yeah, so this one I think is, you know, based on the geopolitical climate that we have, you know, here and abroad. It's a very important election. You know, I have two young daughters at home. I would like to set an example for them and shape a future that I would like them to see Canada as they grow up in.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Geneviève Beauchemin there talking to some Liberal supporters. If we could, I'd love to call up the popular vote right now, because it is telling a fascinating story of the evening. We knew there would be a coalescing of support, according to public opinion polls, behind one of the two parties, Omar. But my goodness, to what degree? Both parties right now have captured more than 40% of the popular vote. I think we're at something like, my eyes are terrible, but I think it's 42.6%. compared to 41.9%. We're looking at less than 1%. That divide, that separate these two parties, like this is the last time the Conservatives won a majority government, they were at 39-point-something%. They didn't even eclipse 40%. They've eclipsed it, and they aren't able to form government. This is unreal, actually.
You're absolutely right to point that out. I mean, in any other context, any popular vote number north of 39% would have been majority territory. But the fact that, you know, the Conservatives there, you can see 41.9. The numbers are shifting as the votes are being counted. It is just another fascinating storyline in a night of fascinating storylines as the numbers are coming in real time. I want to get to Anne-Marie and her panel right now. And Anne-Marie, a couple questions for your panel that I've got thinking of as we're watching this data come in. Donald Trump, does he see tonight's result of a minority government as a weakness? And is there a scenario to combat that by offering a Conservative a chance to form cabinet with Mark Carney? Could we see that coalition situation?
I knew you would want to jump in.
Silence,
It would be highly unlikely for a prime minister to invite an opposition member to sit in cabinet. There might be ways to informally work together in Parliament at committees. There's lots of work to be done at committees together. What this is just showing is that, look, I mean, the Conservatives have won almost 30 seats. They've grown their base. They won more votes than since 1988. So their showing is good, but it's very frustrating to not form a majority. And the Liberals are coming back with a few more seats thanks to the collapse of the NDP and the Bloc. So I think everybody's got to come back a bit humbled and hopefully come back to Parliament recognizing that these are the two parties that really need to work together if we want to do something on the economy and we want to deal with the issues of trade and tariffs. Because I don't know if we're going to find the dance partner with the Bloc or the NDP, potentially. So let's hope that both leaders can focus on the economy. But no, I don't think you would see a prime minister invite someone from the opposition to sit in a cabinet. It would be a much more informal type of arrangement.
Let me throw this then to our resident romantic, and that would be James Moore. You called yourself that, not me. Is this an enemies to lovers situation, if we could put it in a...
No, I mean, look, 4 months ago, Pierre Poilievre was going to win a big majority, and he didn't.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, Mark Carney was going to win a big majority, and he didn't. So I think humbled is the right word.
Right.
Both parties, had outstanding turnouts in terms of the popular vote mandates that they have. It's a question of the efficiency of the vote where it's placed around the country. In terms of go forward, I mean, look, every single day we all wake up and we pour through the headlines and we see different narratives from Donald Trump about, why he's putting in what tariffs or what he's not, and he's going after China, then he's backing away. But it's about fentanyl, no, it's not. It's about borders, it's not. It's about capturing an auto sector back into the United States and repatriating investment. On a day-to-day basis, you kind of don't know. But I think, as has been shown in the past, Ron and I sat on an after council with the former government because we put country first. And I think that, any government in this certain circumstance where it looks like the Conservative Party has a massive high new floor in terms of what its vote base of support is across the country. Pierre Poilievre did extraordinarily well in terms of the number of Canadians who voted for the Conservative Party, the best result since I was, 12 years old. And that's an incredible accomplishment, but it's not efficient, and it's more rural, and it's more working class, and it didn't quite have the efficiency in terms of seats. We don't count votes, we count seats. So there's work to be done there in the long term. But yeah, I mean, you have an absolute collapse in the New Democratic vote and a fall of the Bloc Québécois vote, and you see what you see in terms of the seat count. So yeah, I mean, look, there's lots to go through here in terms of the results and what it means in the long term. But specifically with Canada, U.S., I think Prime Minister Carney obviously has an obligation. He asked for a mandate to become Prime Minister to deal with the United States. And there are some really smart, thoughtful people out there who have experience with this administration from 16 to 20 and the current dynamic, who he can call upon in order to try to navigate us forward for the next couple of years.
And I agree with that. But I also, I think the obligation is on Prime Minister Carney. But the obligation is also on the other members of the House of Commons who are not in government, because we are facing a national crisis. We are facing an existential threat to our economy, and so it's really important for all the members of the House of Commons to be united as often as they can. So Carney has to reach out, but also the Conservatives, I think, have to reach back too. And I think that's really what Canadians want to see, is not not a relitigation of the election and a constant at each other's throats about everything. I think we want to see our Parliament working together.
Okay, let me ask, Harjo, I'll let you jump in a second, but let me ask you or Rada this question, James, and that is, when we've seen how Pierre Poilievre is in opposition for these last 10 years, now we're talking about a humbling on both sides. What does that look like now when we're debating? What does that look like when we're trying to get things passed? Is he able to do that kind of a pivot?
Well, you mentioned that Mark Carney should reach out and Pierre should reach back, but also it has to go the other way. So we've got this split in the country. The issue of tariffs and Trump are important for a lot of people. The issue of affordability is important for a lot of people. So Mark Carney's platform was one of big spending and new taxes. So we also need him to work with Pierre on those issues in a new budget. So there has to be the tariff issue addressed, there has to be the national unity issue addressed, there has to be the resource economy issues addressed, there has to be taxation addressed, addressing the deficit. So all of these things fall out amongst this split that feels like it's almost down the middle from a popular vote point of view. And both leaders are going to have to come together and work on these together.
While those two leaders are trying to work together and to figure this piece out, what happens with the NDP? We have Jagmeet Singh, who's currently sitting in third place in his riding. Who and what does the NDP need to do next, Tom?
Wiped out in Ontario, and people like Nikki Ashton losing their seats. This is a really tough evening.
Brian Massey in Windsor West. What does that say when someone
Brian Massey's been there for 20 years. And I know of no one who's supported the auto sector more than Brian Massey. And yet we talked a lot about the GTA and the efficiency of the Liberal vote there, and that was proven tonight. But talk about a stealth operation. I mean, I don't think anybody saw the Conservatives running the table in southwestern Ontario the way they just did. So it was an extraordinary result on their part. And it reminds us that you can have the support of all of the union leaders, but that doesn't necessarily translate at all into the votes of the union members who were showing up in large numbers for Poilievre's rallies because he was talking their language.
What did they see in Pierre Poilievre that they didn't see in their NDP representatives?
I think that the NDP had become a little bit self-satisfied with the support of the union leaders, and for them that was going to be enough. It would translate into votes, but it doesn't. And that's one of the things that they had to learn. I also think that there's a little bit of a lesson in there for Mr. Poilievre and his way of dealing with things, because there is a little bit of you have to be careful what you wish for in this, because they went after Jagmeet Singh with tons of money. They attacked him very personally, calling him sellout Singh and things that were a lot worse than that, and they went after him headlong. And it worked. And a part of this result is that people who would have otherwise voted for the NDP went over to the Liberals and probably gave Mr. Carney that boost, that tiny boost, because the numbers up there, Jim said it earlier in the evening, I don't remember too many people, calling for that level of vote for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. I don't remember too many pollsters saying it was going to be a tie vote. I might be mistaken, but I don't think I saw that. Yeah. So, there's a little bit of a lesson in there for how the game is played. It plays into what Rana was saying before. Are we going to be able to get out of that constant attack mode? I'm not convinced. There are other partners. He can't become Carney could never become a former partner with the Bloc. That's toxic. Yeah. He's got 8 or so NDPers. He's got Elizabeth May. And is he going to be able to find enough support on a cause-by-cause basis with the Bloc to be able to govern for a year or two? I think so. I think anybody who tries to provoke the fall of this new government rapidly is going to pay a very heavy political price.
If we're going to take a closer look at the NDP and them rebuilding, what and who do they need to do that?
Well, there are good people out there, and I know some of the names that have been thought of and courted. I'll give you one. I mean, the dream candidate for a lot of the people I know in the NDP would be somebody of the caliber of Valérie Plante, who has announced she's not running again as mayor of Montreal. Very progressive, fluently bilingual, deep experience in administration. That's somebody of that caliber. Would she's not in the game right now, but I mean, I don't even know if she'd be interested in going to the party. But people in the party look at her as the exemplar of the type of person they would love to be able to have as leader.
Harjit, you wanted to jump in earlier. What did you want to say?
No, I think one thing is very important. We have to look at the state of our politics and where we've gone. We've gone very negative. I'm actually quite being polite when I say negative. It's gotten really bad. And I've sat in the House of Commons for a long time, trying to be cooperative with people, and I want to say there's been great cooperation. Rona and Jane's been both at times we work together. He's been on committees to give us advice. I've been in the Canada-U.S. committee, both Trump administration. We were in Rona, I believe, the U.S. when President Trump got elected the first time at our embassy. There's examples where we can work together. But the thing is Pierre Poilievre can't be just voting against us just for the sake it's us, right? When there's good policies in place, we've got to be able to work together, and we have to bring the temperature down a bit. This is what Canadians are expecting of us. So if we can do this, this is an amazing opportunity to bring back that unity.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to disagree with the panel here. Usually, guys, I don't chime in, but this whole panel, even the conservative lady, and he's conservative as well, they've even said the same thing, that conservatives and liberals are going to have to work together. And no, that's not going to happen. Liberals, if they form a minority, are going to need Bloc And even if they just had NDP Liberal coalition again, that's only 168, so they won't be able to pass bills. They need 172 to have majority to pass bills without needing other parties. So Liberals are going to need Bloc, and Bloc always demand everything for Quebec and just really don't care too much about the rest of Canada. Even Blanchet said, he goes, I don't even want to be Prime Minister. I'm just running to have better Quebec. So I don't know. I disagree that Liberals and Conservatives are going to have to work together. I think Liberals are going to have to find some way to make another coalition again.
Being optimistic about the country again, not just for the sake of being united, but I think, for the sake of, if they want to be successful again in the future, they can't be so dark.
I think, though, polling did show, if I recall, during the election, that majority of people that were voting for the Conservatives were voting with hope. That's what it showed. Yeah. And that a big group of people voting Liberal were voting with fear because of Trump and tariffs. So I'm not saying one is better or different than the other, different motivations, and we are where we are. And
the results would back that up. What one person would see as voting for fear and the other person seeing as hope, I think you could flip those back and forth.
Easily. Yeah.
And that's what the
they self-identified that way, though, right? As voting for hope as opposed to voting for fear. That's what they were. That's how they self-identified. Having said that, we are where we are, and this is a very tight parliament, and people are going to have to figure out how to work together. So whether it's Carney figuring out what's in the Conservative platform that I feel comfortable with,
front-loaded,
right? Exactly. And what is and Pierre looking at the Carney platform. What's in it that there's stuff on tariffs, there's stuff on cooperation with other countries to create different trade pacts. There's things in there that we know that hopefully they can find some common ground.
So lost Liberal decade, we're going to have to get rid of all that language.
Well, let's just look. We've all been
I'll be
in
honest
Parliament
with you, if you don't,
or
it's
a
not going to work.
legislature. We've all been in Parliament and a legislature.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why you're one sword length, two sword lengths away from each other. That's
right.
And there's a reason why the turnout is what it is and the engagement is what it is. So you can look at it negatively that it's divisive. It is divisive, but it's also been extremely engaging. People actually know platforms, they know policies, they read them, they got out to vote. Young people got out to vote, across the demographic. I think there's a silver lining here. I know we're divided, we're going to have to work together, but I love that it was such an engaging election. I think that's healthy for democracy and it's healthy for the country. I'm very sad to see what happened with the NDP. A lot of really good people, really good parliamentarians lost tonight, and that's unfortunate, and they'll have to go through a leadership race. Because I do think we're healthier with a multi-party system.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I know people have had their say, and this is what it looks like, but we're not used to being sort of a two-party run country. We're used to more diversity and more of a mix, more of a salad.
Yeah, but it's true the Parliament is divided, relatively close in seats, 41-41 popular vote, divided. However, about a third of Canadians in the span of the past 6 months, a third went from voting for Pierre Poilievre to voting for Mark Carney, and then in the end kind of splitting in the end. But a third of Canadians have swished their votes around depending on the dynamic. That's not a divided country. That's a country that has differences, but differences of emphasis and choosing between, and I think we actually had two very strong, effective, honorable choices in Prime Minister. In Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, two very different people, personalities, presentation, emphasis, but two very good choices. And I think a lot of Canadians didn't vote for one because they hated the other. They voted for one because they thought that person was better than the other. And so when you have a third of the voting population swing, as we've seen in the past 3 months, that's not a deeply divided country. It's a country trying to sort out the right answer and the right outcome in order to deal with contemporary challenges.
Well, and now we have the question is, are the Conservatives going to elect a new leader? I mean, that's a question, obviously, for another day for Conservatives. And we will find out then, do the Conservatives want to choose a more pessimistic, kind of a dark path? Or do they want to choose an optimist? And I think, that is also going to be, kind of in the next step here, going to be part of the puzzle of how the Parliament works.
James, I'm going to give this last point to you. So when Mr. Poilievre comes out tonight, if he comes out tonight to give a speech, because we know that this count is going to be long, I mean, they could still be counting even when we're off the air. When does that need to start? When does that reaching out need to start? What kind of language do we need to see in here?
I mean, look, we'll see the full composition of Parliament. There are about, I think, 20 or 30 ridings in British Columbia. They're within a couple of hundred votes. There's a 9-seat margin here. Pierre Poilievre's own riding, because of this gimmick that these people had of having 90 names in the ballot, and you have to hand count them. So like people are going through these massive scrolls of ballots. Like it's physically a problem.
Okay, so some people are asking, you know, I've seen this question a lot in the chat. Is it done? Is it official? What time does polling close? It just depends how long it takes these people to count the votes. There was 40-something thousand early voters in Carleton, where Pierre Poilievre's riding is still being counted. We still don't know if Pierre Poilievre has lost his seat. So this could take, it just depends how long it takes people to actually open up the envelopes and hand count this stuff. There's no machines. Everything's hand counted in Canada. So I don't know how many polling people are working in Carleton. You know, let's just say there's 500. I don't know how long it takes 500 people to, you know, unfold 48,000 envelopes. You know, I don't know. So we just have to wait and see.
The shortcomings of this campaign and why he didn't quite get to where he wanted to get, then I think there's every reason why Pierre Poilievre should stay as leader and will have success in the future.
Okay, I'm going to let you sip that coffee while it is still hot, and I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Bashi. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on. Just jumping off that point that James was making and Christy before him, I think we're also paying very close attention to what does happen in Pierre Poilievre's riding, because all of what James laid out is true, the increase in the share of the popular vote and popularity for the party writ large. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up having a tough time in his own riding, that may inform the discussion of future leadership in a little bit of a different way. We're looking at some numbers for potential seat changes in Atlantic Canada, where I think the flow of advance votes and the counting of them has swung things back towards the Liberals' way. Todd Battis is with us from Halifax, I believe, and he'll have some more insight on this for us. Todd?
Yeah, hi, Vashi. And we talked a lot about this at the outset of the show when it looked like there were some real positive gains being made by the Conservatives. And then as the night progressed, those numbers seemed to shift a bit. And at the end of it, when you look at the seat change in Atlantic Canada, and we just had the board there, it was the Liberals picking up a seat and the Conservatives losing a seat. Here is a riding that exemplifies that. This is the riding of St. Margaret's South Shore. I think we have it that we can show the details of it. And then this was Conservative Rick Perkins' riding. He was the incumbent, and he lost by a huge amount in the end, with still one poll remaining. Jessica Fancy Landry, the Liberal candidate, leads by just shy of 6,700 votes. So that was one of those ridings that we talked about at the beginning of the night that the Conservatives would have really loved to have hung on to. But there was a late surge in numbers there, and it really stacked up. There was another one that I'm watching quite closely, and that's in Newfoundland, Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Last time I checked, with one poll remaining, Liberal Anthony Germain was up by a few dozen votes. So that may get us into the situation with recount. I can't recall the details on what that takes to kickstart that, but that's certainly one that we'll be looking at, and there might be some movement there as well. All right, let's check out the situation in Montreal with Mitsumi.
Todd, let's take a look at what's happening in Quebec tonight. The Bloc had a bad night, but it wasn't the kind of collapse that the NDP is seeing. The Liberals have made gains, probably about 10 seats at the end of the night. The Bloc has lost 11. But what was so interesting in this campaign in Quebec is that it seems that people decided not to vote for a party that they really cared for, which is the Bloc, for fear of what was happening in the world outside Quebec. And as a result of that, language wasn't the issue it usually is here in Quebec. There was a lot of concern about Mark Carney's ability to speak French, but it was interesting to see how many Quebecers said, you know what, his French is good enough. And it didn't really matter because of all the other more pressing issues. The Liberals did make gains right across the province, in the Laurentians, in the North Shore, in the South Shore, in the area between Montreal and Quebec City, most of them at the expense of the Bloc. Thérèse de Blainville, north of Montreal, was an upset. The Bloc was expected to take that, didn't. The Liberals also managed to get LaSalle et Marthe Verdun, that's in Montreal. They got that riding back. They lost that riding at a by-election in the fall. And the Liberals are leading in a couple of places where one wouldn't have expected the Liberals to be leading. Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, a place that's not traditional Liberal, it's a bloc seat. And Abitibi-Bay-James, also a bloc area, but those areas, they're still too close to call, and the Liberals are leading in them. So it could take a while to figure out what's happening there, but still, the Liberals do have the lead. So let's go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, thank you. And where we're seeing a lot of change elsewhere in the country, even elsewhere in the province, not a whole lot right in Ottawa proper. Certainly, there is potential for change in a couple of ridings, but where that potential for change is what makes it also interesting. So could see a gain of a couple of Liberal seats in the Ottawa area. One of those, the Bay of Quinte, which has flopped back and forth. 2021, it went Conservative and could go back to the Liberals. And the really, really interesting riding, though, what we're seeing in Ottawa is where Bruce Vanjoy is leading over Pierre Poilievre. And with about 90 polls reporting, that lead is fairly significant. There was a lot of talk over the last few days about the potential for the Liberals to do very well there and potentially win that seat. You also saw Mark Carney on the board. That was a Liberal riding in Nepean, but of course it was a different candidate, Chandra Arya, who was in there before. That is now Mark Carney's riding. And this bit of change as well in Prescott Russell with a new person in there. But this Carleton riding is what is really intriguing for people here. It might be because of the way public servants have voted. It could be because of Stittsville. They say there's a different mix of people in that area, and some who were very put off by Pierre Poilievre, despite the fact that maybe they come from a family that has long voted Conservative. Now, it's not over yet, certainly, but the potential for that riding to change tonight is what is really, really interesting about the Ottawa story, because we know Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, has been in there for more than 2 decades. We're going to throw it on to Toronto now as we continue to watch that. Michelle.
Good morning, Patricia. Yeah, here in the vote-rich GTA, it's not status quo. You'll remember last election, the Liberals dominated, but this election, they are losing some ground in this part of the country, and they're losing it to the Conservatives. Look at this. If we look at the Greater Toronto Area, at this point, with potentially the Conservatives picking up 10 seats, while the Liberals, led by Mark Carney, losing 9 seats. And let's boil down where the Conservatives are making some of these gains, because there are several seats where, there was a Liberal incumbent and it could be Conservative. If we look specifically, this is a big gain in York Centre. Roman Baber, he was an MPP in the provincial government there. He was ousted by Doug Ford during the pandemic times, but certainly looking to go to Ottawa now. He's making a gain. Kostas Menegakis, we mentioned this one earlier, Aurora Oak Ridges, that's a gain, taking that seat from the Liberals. And look at this, Brampton South, Brampton West. It's interesting, Brampton was fully red last election, and we've got 2 ridings there that are looking to be potentially flipped blue. Also Markham Unionville as well. Michael Ma leading at this stage in the game. Parm Gill, he's a star candidate there in the Greater Toronto Area as well, leading at this stage. So there is definitely some movement, and we're seeing, as far as NDP go, non-existent in this part of the country. Let's go over to Calgary, see what's doing over there at this hour.
Thank you, Michelle. In 2021, the Conservatives picked up 30 of Alberta's 34 seats. They didn't have that many more to take, but Alberta got 3 new seats, and the Conservatives immediately were gunning for them. So let's just take a look at the seat change tonight, because the Conservatives once again have done very well in Alberta. At this point, they are leading or elected in 34 of Alberta's 37 seats. So the Conservatives have picked up 5 seats. The Liberals have lost 1. And the NDP have lost 1. That's in Edmonton. We're going to take a look at a couple of the ridings around Calgary and Edmonton now, where the Conservatives have picked up seats. So Edmonton Southeast, this was the new riding where Edmonton's mayor was running. He did not win there. Kerry Diot picked up Edmonton Griesbaugh. This was an NDP seat. This was his old seat, though. He won it in 2015 and 2019. won it again tonight. And
So
Calgary
some new
McKnight.
faces.
This was a new riding. This is where a Liberal candidate was running here and did not win as well. So again, we're left tonight of the 37 seats in Alberta. We have 34 Liberal or leading Conservatives. Amanpreet Gill has taken Skyview. Jeremy Nixon has taken Calgary Confederation. He is leading there. There was no incumbent there. Billy Moore in Edmonton Northwest, that's one of the new seats that I was talking about there, and that the Conservatives were certainly gunning for. There were 3 new seats, and they managed to take them all tonight. Let's go out to Mijang in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. The Conservatives here in BC should be quite happy about their showing. They've picked up quite a few ridings. Let's take a look at the gains here in BC, and they came mostly at the NDP's expense. The Conservatives picked up, leading or elected, 6 more. Liberals 4, but look at this, the collapse of the NDP. They are down. Last time, the NDP won 12 seats in BC, half of their whole national total. So they are quite a bit down, including Jagmeet Singh, who's actually in 3rd place in his own riding. So a tough night for the NDPers in BC tonight. Here are some of the ridings where, you know, there's so many ridings that are so close. Sukhman Gill elected in Abbotsford South Langley. He is that 25-year-old Conservative candidate who not very experienced, but the party picked him over a seasoned veteran MLA, Mike de Jong, but he won there handily. Port Moody, Coquitlam, you've got Paul Lambert. The suburbs, very important to both all the parties. Jeff Kibble, Cowichan, Malahat, the Conservatives leading there. And Aaron Gunn, controversial candidate in the North Island for some of his comments about residential schools. He's leading up there. Chacow, Richmond Centre, Marpole leading, the Conservative leading there. So we're going to keep an eye on a lot of these tight races here in BC. Back to you, Omar Vashi.
All right, Mijang, thank you so much. And I'm being told right now that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is about to speak in Burnaby.
Really?
Let's just listen in to see what he has to say.
For losing his seat? What's he going to say? Sorry, he's playing music. I can't with the music. Wait till they turn off the music and then we'll listen to what he's going to say. What are these people cheering for him? He lost his seat.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is wild. Bro, Elizabeth May kept her seat. You couldn't even keep yours.
Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice of you, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You gonna get me all choked up here, guys. I gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. Thank you. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. And I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central, Tonight they chose, thank you.
Tonight they chose somebody else, and I'll be resigning.
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement.
Now it's time to resign. You lost your seat. Here it comes. Here comes the resignation.
I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec, I guess. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit. I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. Yes. So thank you to my My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. Yeah. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love y'all.
All right, bye-bye. You won't be missed.
All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country.
Built this country? I don't know about that, man. Okay, and by the way, I see some people saying some stuff about his wife. Guys, come on, let's be adults here. Like, I don't agree with him or his policies, but that's his family. Come on, guys.
New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so he's done. He's no longer in politics. He's got his pension. He's done.
Jagmeet Singh there, giving his wife a hug, an incredibly news-making and poignant speech. Mr. Singh announcing that he will step down as leader of the NDP after failing to retain his own seat or official party status for New Democrats. He says he'll stay on until an interim leader is selected, stopping himself, Omar, a number of times from crying. Clearly a very, very emotional night for Mr. Singh, and a hugely consequential decision for him.
And not a speech that any politician wants to give. I mean, Mr. Singh was humble, he was gracious, he was emotional, talking about the sacrifice that is carrying his daughter right there, talking about the sacrifice that public service takes on a family, especially a young family as he's got. But, you know, regardless of, I think, what political stripes you wear, the fact that you had somebody like him in Canadian politics, that you had somebody like him break historic ground, and really somebody who's living the promise of possibility in this country, right? Inspiring future generations. He talked about inspiring his two young children as well. But, you know, obviously a very difficult showing in his riding, and difficult for him personally. There will be a lot of soul searching that comes from this, and history will decide whether, you know, how effective he was as a leader or not. But the fact that he played the game, the fact that he entered the race and was in it, makes the country better, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I think to be fair, though, the outcome of this election also determined, you know, is a rendering on his leadership to a certain degree. Yeah. Obviously, there were a number of other factors at play, but he made the decision to sign on to that agreement with the Liberals. That imparted a certain view of him and his party on a number of Canadians, and then you combine that with Donald Trump, and you're left with, you know, some upsets like the one you're looking at on the screen. We're lucky enough to have Tom Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, in the room with us right now. Tom, I watched you watching that speech. You were glued to the screen. We didn't think in our earlier conversations tonight that despite an possible outcome like this, Jagmeet Singh tonight would announce he's stepping down. Did he have any other choice given the results?
Despite all the emotion, he had had enough time to digest it, and I think that he was smart to pull the Band-Aid off. Just get in front of the microphone, go through that very emotional state, while the people that he wanted to thank were all there, physically in front of him, spoke very movingly with his wife, carried his little daughter on his shoulders as he went out, and just said, you know, it's going to take a little while to find an interim leader. It's actually a relatively easy process in the NDP, mostly the caucus involved in that, and they'll live to fight another day. It's been very tough for him this campaign. I think you mentioned one of the key things. I mentioned one before, which was the Conservative attacks on him that might have actually hurt the Conservatives because the NDP vote wasn't there and it all went over Liberal, or a good part of it. And the other part was when he made that deal with Trudeau, he just didn't have anything to say on the doorstep when people said, but why not vote Liberal? Because that's what he had been doing for 3 years. So it was, at the time, it was a tactical move that they thought was going to help them stick around for a while. Strategically, long-term, it turned out to be very costly for them, and we just saw the results tonight.
I want to get to Kathleen Monk right now across this room, and obviously this party has to go through a period of soul-searching right now. Tom was mentioning earlier on that, you know, Valerie Plante, the Montreal mayor, is one of the names that's been put forward. Who else will the party look at? What other names are you hearing?
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of names that are going to come forward, but I think tonight really what we got to reflect on is that, you know, just 10 years ago, Omar, our party, the New Democrats, were actually poised to possibly form government in 2015, you know, and now we're down to what looks like 7 seats. It is remarkable. And yes, New Democrats still hold government in Manitoba and obviously in British Columbia and our official opposition and 4 other provinces.
But they finally called it.
But this is going to cause some serious soul searching. And there's many questions, not just about do we want to be the conscience of Parliament or do we want to seek power, or it's also why aren't we the party that people turn to, working people turn to when it comes to things like threats to the economy. We're facing incredible income inequality right now in our country. This is a moment where New Democrats should be able to seize more support and power. But as I said to you earlier, I think that New Democrat voters just lent their vote to Carney right now. And if he does not succeed in delivering for them and fighting back off Trump, they will take that vote back. And now New Democrats are going to have to take a lot of time to rebuild. And, you know, the one thing about the courageous, I would say, decision of Mr. Singh tonight to resign right away, he is that happy warrior, is that he won't have to go to a leadership review. He won't face that. The party will begin with a process, and that process has to begin with thinking about what kind of a party we need to be. Because one thing that is clear to me is that Canadians do not want a two-party system. Many of the things that really form the values of Canadians are things that New Democrats have fought for in Parliament. So I expect this kind of, you know, two-party race that we've seen in this to not be the future, and that Canadians will return back to New Democrats, but we have a lot of rebuilding to do before that happens.
Scott, were you surprised that Jagmeet Singh made the announcement that he did tonight?
No. This is a catastrophic, devastating campaign and result.
Yeah, not surprised at all. I knew that was coming a mile out. If he didn't win his seat, he was resigning.
Performed admirably.
I'm so sorry, Scott, we got to interrupt you because Pierre Poilievre is actually just about to take to the podium to deliver his remarks, I believe, any moment. I think he's walking into the Conservative headquarters, the room there.
Did he win Carleton?
We don't have a final result, I should say, for his riding, where he still trails with 150 polls reporting the Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy by more than 2,000 votes at this time. Pierre Poilievre up there on stage alongside his wife. The two of them have been at basically every single campaign event
he's trailing
at
by
breakneck
2,000
speed
now.
throughout the last 5 weeks. He is scheduled to take the microphone any moment now, but this story of his riding is certainly another fascinating one. Let's take a listen.
Merci, chers Canadiens.
Thank you, dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi.
I love you too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you because I have the honor of being your voice and fighting for the conservative values that you voted for. And especially it will be an honor to continue to work towards the promise of Canada, that anyone here who works hard can have a beautiful life in a beautiful home in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working in Ottawa to bring the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I've had the honor of crisscrossing this country and speaking to the thousands of people who shared their concerns and worries and hopes with me.
Hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I've heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign. Your stories will stay with me when I fight with my Conservative team to continue defending you and pushing forward your interests. For those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time. But it especially means that we can never give up, because our country and its people deserve that we fight for them.
Everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
No, I love that.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre there in a concession speech saying he's proud, saying he's grateful. Obviously not the outcome that the Conservative leader wanted, pointing to the fact that the Conservatives have increased their vote share, the popular vote, north of 40%. In any other scenario, this would have been enough to secure a majority government. And actually not sounding as though he's going anywhere, saying that he still wants to fight. He would be honored to continue to fight for you, is what he said, even as in his riding of Carleton. I think the last time we had the board up, we're seeing it right here, I think. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, is leading with about 2,400 votes in his home riding. So, we'll see what happens with Pierre Poilievre, but it has been a night of tight races, especially so in this riding of Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding.
Yeah, he might have gotten out deliberately in advance of the conclusion to this riding to deliver that speech, which I think can be described as defiant. Like people wanted change, and to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals were, the Conservatives were able to very much increase their share of the vote, very much increase the number of seats, but it did not, as he pointed out, get them over the finish line. And there was, quite an effort by Mr. Poilievre to say that that's, not the end of their story, basically, to lay out what will be probably the beginning of the argument for him to stay. I figure that's a much more difficult argument to make if, in fact, he loses his seat, but that is an if at this point. I wanted to swing over to Corey tonight to get your view on what we just heard from Mr. Poilievre. Definitely no intention to go anywhere. If he loses his seat, how much of a more difficult proposition does that become?
Well, what a weird night, because I think, as you correctly pointed out, there's a lot of good news in these results for the Conservatives in terms of their share of the vote, and the seat count, is impressive. Like, he's increased their seat count. However, losing your own seat, and I don't think it's going to be that close, looking at those results and looking at the ridings around it, puts him in a very vulnerable position, because that decision in the past has largely been made up by caucus. I think my view is that he maintains a very high level of support from that caucus, and I think if he wants to stay on, he'll probably have the opportunity to do so. But it's more challenging to lead a caucus and lead your party from outside of Parliament. So I think if he does want to stay on, one of the first orders of business will be to find somebody to step down and give him an opportunity to run to rejoin the House. But I guess time will tell whether or not that happens. But I think looking at the results tonight, he's got a very strong position to stay on if he chooses to do so. What a weird evening.
And speaking of weird, our decision desk has just handed us some numbers, which I find fascinating. I mean, all of us have just been, quite riveted by these numbers. And this, again, keep in mind, this is at where we are at this stage tonight. So, if there's any doubt that every vote counts, every vote matters, there are a couple of scenarios here. For the Conservatives to have won this election, not minority or majority, we're just talking about a plain win, they would have needed 2,700 more votes in 10 ridings. Not a lot of votes when you consider the millions of voters who are eligible across this country. For the Liberals to go from the position that they're in right now, a minority government, to a majority government, they would have needed 2,700 votes in 8 ridings. So this is an extremely close, it's thin. Amanda, I want to get to you because you've been waiting patiently, but I just want to get some quick thoughts from James and from Rana about what Pierre Poilievre had to say.
I mean, defiant, strong. I think it's strategically good for him to get out before the results in his riding are there. But look, he's had a historically good outcome, right? I mean, over 40% of the vote, got a bigger percentage share of the vote than Stephen Harper ever got in any of the 5 campaigns that Stephen Harper contested. He has reshaped the Conservative Party into a party that is about sort of middle-class values and broadened the party in a lot of support. You look at the support that he got in suburban Canada. Came very close to picking up seats in Brampton. He won a seat in Burnaby that nobody ever imagined, but we lost some seats. We also lost some notable people, like the whip, Carolyn Finley in South Surrey. It looks like she lost her seat. We lost Peterborough. So, I mean, there's a lot of movement happening there. But he's been an extraordinarily successful leader of the Conservative Party. There's no question about that. But the efficiency of the vote and the margin, but look, by the time the next election campaign comes around, the New Democrats will have a different leader, so the dynamic on the left will be different. Who knows what will happen with the relationship with the United States. Mark Carney will have had some debris around his government that can be pointed to as sort of lack of having delivered effective results. And I think Pierre could stand, I think, very effectively and tall. I think Corey's right, though, that the Conservative Party, we're a fragile party. We're a broad coalition of disparate interests, of people who come from different parts of the country, of different expectations. And I think there will be a lot of soul-searching about what fell short tonight and whether or not it can be repaired and how it can be repaired. So I think the humility part of his leadership, and tonight it was good for him to come out and to present as strong and highlight the successes on a high level so that people feel good about what was achieved. The going through the shortcomings will be a long and stressful process for sure. And I think the humility can come from Pierre, and he can talk about what he fixed and what he can fix and what he can learn about a pathway forward. But no, it's a painful night, but Pierre has a lot to be proud of in terms of where he brought this party. And those who say, by the way, and I think this is important to point out, those who say he blew a 20-point lead, he did not. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney is a different opponent. The dynamic was entirely different. It's true Donald Trump was elected president in November, but he didn't start musing about a 51st state and attacking Canada with the tariffs. That didn't come until this year. We can criticize about how it might have been planned or could have been communicated or pushed back differently from. But this narrative that Pierre blew a 25-point lead is just factually not true. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney was a different opponent, and there was a collapse in the New Democrats. So
yeah, but politics isn't fair. That happens. I mean, there has to be some ownership of the loss tonight.
No question.
I understand what he was saying about all that increase in support. It's very fair.
Yeah. No, Vashi, you don't get it.
You lost.
Correct, and that's what the next that's the coming few months will certainly be about where he fell short. But however, he had better results of any Conservative leader since I was 12 years old, and I'm 48, almost 49. But we count seats, we don't count votes, and the seats weren't quite there. And there's going to be a lot of assessment about how to close that gap on the seats.
Rana, you wanted to jump in. Can he stay if he loses his own seat?
Yeah, he's earned the right to stay. I mean, we heard him tonight. He's a great leader. He's a great parliamentarian. He reached out saying Canada first. We can work together to make sure, whether it's tariffs, Trump, whether it's on other issues, he'll put Canada first. He'll put Canadians first. He congratulated Mark Carney. And I think he's ready to get back into Parliament. Now, if he loses his seat, then it's a logistical thing of trying to find somebody giving up one for him. But as James said, he had a remarkable result tonight. And that's the way the seats play out. But he's earned his right to stay. He's very popular in the caucus, very popular in the party.
The last time, by the way, we had a similar dynamic to this was 2004. Stephen Harper, in his first campaign in 2004, we fell short. We thought we might beat the Liberals in 2004. Scott Reid remembers that campaign very well. We thought we might win that campaign, but we fell short. Stephen Harper, his leadership, he very quickly came out like this on election night and was very proud of the accomplishments that we had at that time, which was coming together and creating the Conservative Party to compete on a national basis. The dynamic of the fact that it was a minority parliament, at that time in 2004, the first minority parliament that we'd seen since 1980, so we weren't quite familiar with them. And the fragility of that minority parliament allowed Stephen Harper to very quickly get the caucus rallied back together. The relative fragility of this minority parliament and the closeness of seats might be one of those things that Pierre can point to and say, look, let me tell you what I learned from this campaign. Let me talk about our successes. Let me talk about why we fell short. But let's keep in mind, we have a narrow gap between this and when the next election may come. It may come at any time. I'm an experienced leader, and let me tell you how I'm going to close this gap so we can be successful next time. So the parallel historically could well be the 2004 loss of Stephen Harper.
I just want to do a slight pivot and go to our CTV's chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. I mean, if you're part of the business community in Canada, you're watching the result tonight, you know that it's a minority government situation, a Liberal minority government situation. What are you thinking? I mean, does Donald Trump see this scenario as a weakness? And if you're part of the business community, how are you interpreting today?
Well, I will say this. The business community isn't a monolith, so they don't all vote as a bloc. They will vote Liberal, they will vote NDP, they'll vote Conservative, they'll vote Green. They do not like this result. As a monolith, I will say that. The business community and a lot of Canadians will feel this is an unstable result. But for businesses, and by that I don't just mean giant corporations, I mean mom and pop shops that have been frozen in place because of the tariff situation, including things like that $800 de minimis that hangs over us that will crush small businesses. This is a bad outcome. And the fact that we're talking now about the potential that, we've lost one political leader and maybe the party status altogether. We won't know the results when we go to bed tonight. These seats are still shaking out. And yes, the uncertainty of, do we have a coalition? Can the Liberals and the Conservatives come together? Because there's no other math that is going to make sense for a fight against Donald Trump.
So it's uncertainty on top of uncertainty.
It's the compound factor. And by the way, that's all overlaid over the fact that we have challenges in this country economically that we didn't talk enough about in this election because it was sort of clouded by what's happening with Donald Trump and a trade war. And they are bigger and more important than that trade war. They'll last longer. We need to solve them. We all know what they are. It's not just housing affordability. It's growth. It's job creation. It's what do we want our future to look like? What will the jobs be? Productivity. Yes, I know, boring, but it's true. Those are still with us, and we need to solve them.
I just wanted to jump in and bring over Scott Reid. The numbers keep edging up for the Liberals. It's a very big minority. They're not far from 172. The finding of dance partners might not be as challenging as it looked 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it narrows even more when we see all the advanced polls come in various ridings and so forth. This is definitely a solid minority, and that will give Carney as Prime Minister the flexibility in Parliament to figure out on a vote-by-vote basis who he collaborates with. There is no chance in God's green heavens that he is going to pursue a pact with the remaining NDP members. I mean, if one lesson can be withdrawn from the past Parliament, it is that might not be the recipe for electoral success. So I don't think that that's going to be followed. I want to say something about Poilievre, though, because it was a set of fascinating choices that he made this evening. Right? First of all, he gave a victory speech, which, we're going to say, well, maybe that was wise. But if you were looking to see whether in this parliament, confronted by this crisis coming from Donald Trump, we were going to see any opportunity for collaboration between the Conservatives and the Liberals, you sure didn't see it in those remarks. He gave his stump speech and declared victory tonight. In loss, he declared victory, and he dedicated himself, just as James said, to the idea that it is just victory slightly delayed. We will just carry on, which signals that he will look for the first opportunity to defeat the government and to get himself elected as Prime Minister. And so all this talk of collaborative, that's about as collaborative as a bandsaw. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be collaborative. There's no indication of that. Second of all, he got out ahead of his riding, which makes sense. But it means that he obviously fears that he will lose his riding. And I agree with everyone here who said that he's going to have the hand to maintain his position, even if he loses his riding. But let's not pretend that that's a strong leader. That is a very weakened position. He then has to find a seat. He has to then defend the fact that he wasn't able to beat a novice who took over a party that was in disrepair. So I don't think this is the victory that Pierre Poilievre is portraying, and I don't see any sense of collaboration, and I do not smell the slightest whiff of humility.
I guess if you're only like 1% away or less than 1% away, though, from the popular vote, you do, I understand what Scott's saying, but you do understand also how Poilievre and his party would feel like they're so close. Maybe it is just another election like in 2006, for example, or 2011, that kind of thing, right? I guess Scott's point is well taken, but if you're a point away from the Liberals...
If the national imperative is let's deal with Trump, but he's declaring that his imperative is to get elected as Prime Minister as soon as possible. Let's get 2004 and 2006 moving right now. That is not in concert with Canadians who want to see this.
Forgive me. We've just got Diana Carney taking to the stage right now. Let's listen in.
Okay, Mark Carney's going to speak.
Canada, merci pour votre vote.
Hello, Canada, and thank you for your vote.
I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring. Through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been. Consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada
Oh, Lord. Their stream keeps crashing. Okay. There we go. I don't know if that fixed it. Oh, for Lord's sake.
That is Nepean. That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you.
It crashes one more time with switching.
Good evening, everyone.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir.
It's a great evening.
Quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais
Before
féliciter
beginning,
les autres chefs de parti
I'd like to congratulate the leaders of the other parties
et de tout le travail
for their
qu'ils ont fait.
campaigns and for all their
Je
hard
les
work.
remercie pour leur service envers le Canada.
I thank them for their
Maintenant
service to
et dans
Canada,
le futur.
now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Yeah. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning to Parliament. Yves-François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles.
I would like to thank the thousands of volunteers this evening here and across the country who gave their time, knocked on doors, made phone calls, and talked with their neighbors and members of their community. And they did this to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section, because I am going to begin with the value of humility, and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There's also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne,
during this campaign, Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I'm deeply touched. And I thank you for that. The French language.
La langue française, la culture québécoise.
The French language and Quebec culture are at the core of Canada's identity. They define the country that I love so much. And I will defend those tirelessly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois.
With the strong team of Quebec MPs that you have just sent to Ottawa. Together we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux.
And whether you work in the tar sands in Fort Mac, a nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, there are many accountants in Toronto, my government will work for you all.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. We
will strengthen our relationships with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And if the United States no longer wants to play a top role in the world economy, Canada will do so. We are masters of our own home. We will build thousands of homes, an energy superpower, a good career in the specialized trades, and a single Canadian economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. It might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont
The
intimidatants.
challenges ahead of us are intimidating, but that's normal.
Comme ceux que nous vivons.
Big change, such as what we're going through right now, is always a worry.
Beaucoup de chemin à faire.
We have a lot of work to do,
J'ai confiance en
but I'm confident.
J'ai confiance.
I have confidence in you. I have confidence in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui
United,
rassemble
we
des
have
langues,
built a
des cultures
country
et des
that
croyances
brings
différentes.
together languages, cultures, and beliefs that are all different. United, we have built essential cultural institutions such as CBC Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens
Over the last few months,
ont fait leur part.
and Canadians have done their part.
Pour défendre notre pays.
They have come together to defend our country and our way of life.
Lorsque nous sommes
I
menacés,
promise,
nous allons nous battre
when we are threatened, we will fight
with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Well, that's that. Apparently 85% of the votes have been counted in most of the... So you can see 210 out of 219. Most of the ridings that haven't been counted are mostly counted up. So this is pretty much what we're getting. This might change by a number or two, but we are getting a Liberal minority government. You know, fortunately or unfortunately, that's democracy for you. You can elect who you want. So, yeah.
Dropped the writ, or in particular after that conversation with Donald Trump last month, that on day one after the election, basically you would then be looking at, you know, entering into negotiations with Trump ASAP. So a lot in that speech about what that plan looks like, very similar to what we heard on the campaign. Let's go to Heather Butts, who has some more details on how these seats are kind of rolling out right now.
Vashti, thank you so much. We're going to look at those seats right across the country. An incredible night there for the Liberal leader, Mark Carney. There he is. Just a great experience for him, and you know, accepting that congratulations from people at his campaign office there at his celebration party. I'm joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos. Nick, an incredible night for this party,
wow.
An incredible night for the Conservatives, really, with their voter turnout as well. So let's talk about, oh, you know what, Nick, I'm sorry, we're actually going to throw to Genevieve. She's on the floor there with Mark Carney.
Right on.
I can't while they're playing music because it'll get copyrighted. Oh, he's not even going to talk. That was it. He had two things to say anyway. So we're probably going to go another 5 minutes here, guys, and then I'm going to call it because there's nothing else that's really going to change here. This is kind of how this is going to be.
Few words there from Mark Carney speaking to our Genevieve Bushman, who is on the ground there at the Liberal headquarters. Okay, Nick, back to us here. Yep. We're looking at the voter turnout here and the vote count and how it all played out. The vote efficiency. We've been talking about that earlier in the evening. We'll start with Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, you can see, Heather, you know, the thing is Atlantic Canada is usually good for the Liberals. They actually did quite well. You can see leading and elected in 25 seats. But, you know, the thing is that when we look at the vote efficiency, the Liberals were punching above their weight. You know, only 55% of the vote yielded almost 8 out of every 10 seats, while the Conservatives were not as efficient on that front.
All right, Nick, let's move across to Quebec. We've been talking about this all evening to see how it would play out between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that when you look at the numbers, especially in terms of the seats, you can see the Bloc dropping and the Liberals doing actually quite well. But, you know, when you crunch the numbers on the vote efficiency, check this out. You know, the Bloc basically apace in terms of converting to seats. The Conservatives in this particular case inefficient, only getting 14% of the seats, even though they had 1/4 of all the votes cast in Quebec.
All right, let's continue west, and we're going to head into Ontario now. Taking a look at the standings in Ontario, we'll bring those up. The Liberals 67 seats, the Conservatives 55. What played out here, Nick?
Yeah, you know, the thing is bad news for the New Democrats, but you know, you can see that, you know, the Conservatives were on par. But check out the Liberal numbers, much more efficient at converting into seats. And NDP basically nowhere, no seats, even with 5% of the votes.
Nothing for the NDP. Okay, let's move across to the prairies. We'll take a look here at the standings. We'll bring up those numbers for us here. The Conservatives, 54 seats in the prairies, Liberals 9, and just 2 for the NDP now.
You know, not a big surprise. This is the Conservative heartland for the Tories and doing really well. And, you know, the thing is they punch above their weight.
electorally, getting 60% of the vote, but 83% of the seats. Not as efficient for the Liberals or the New Democrats.
Okay, and let's head to BC now. And a huge story here with the NDP not claiming as many seats as they had hoped in that province, for sure. The Conservatives claiming 19 seats and 20, and the Liberals 19.
Yeah, in the polling, it was a toss-up in British Columbia, and the seats have kind of borne that out. And, the thing is, you can see, generally, with the exception of the NDP, who underperformed, the Conservatives and the Liberals did a good job at converting votes into seats.
All right, we'll take a look now at the national numbers here for the voter efficiency. You can see right across the country now. We'll just wait for those to come up here. The leading and elected...
Yeah, like this isn't going to change. This is pretty much the map. That's our 2025 map.
Look at our vote value here, Nick.
Yeah, actually, what it speaks to is the fact that the two frontrunners did a pretty good job at converting their votes into seats, as does the Bloc. And, the only exception, the outlier, is really the New Democrats. And the story tonight is about the New Democrats losing party status, losing their leader, and having a pretty tough night.
And, Nick, I have to say, the polling was bang on with that as well.
Yes,
okay.
Thanks.
Nick, we'll leave it on that note. I'm going to bring in Rupin for us this evening. Rupin, we're going back to talking about demographics. We've been talking a lot this evening about votes and numbers, but there are people behind those numbers, Rupin.
Yes, there certainly are.
We look at the different segments of the population for people who are voting as well. So we're going to take a look at an Ontario riding here, Rupin. I believe we're going to zero into southwestern Ontario.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to call it here. This isn't changing. We don't need to go through each individual riding. We know what's happened here. Everybody's been watching this. So, yep. That's it, guys. If you guys are new to the channel and if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. If you want to see what keeps going on with politics, this is the only channel where you're going to be able to watch the committees and a lot of parliamentary procedures. Some people also do screen question period, but I'm pretty much the only other one that does committees. Nobody else really does committees. So I do stream question period. I stream committees. I stream a lot of the press conferences that happen before and after Parliament. So when Parliament resumes, it's going to be really busy on this channel. And I hope you guys all do tune in to another stream because, there'll be some interesting things coming in. We had some really good people come back for the Conservatives. We had Brock, we have Genuous, we have Cooper, Barrett. So those are going to be great in committees. Williamson, who's the chair of the Ethics Committee, is also coming back. We have some funny faces coming back for the Liberals who, if you guys have ever seen some of me ever stream committees, MP Khalid, MP Yip, they're going to be back in committees. So the committees are going to be spicy just as they were before. And I'm really excited to see question period for the first time. I'm really excited to see if Mark Carney spars off. It'll probably be Scheer that they'll elect to speak for Pierre Poilievre, because it looks like Poilievre is not going to be winning his seat in Carleton, unfortunately. So he won't be actually in the first question period. It'll probably be Scheer versus Carney, but I'm just excited to see how that first question period goes. So, can they call a non-confidence vote? Yeah, but it wouldn't pass. Conservatives, Bloc, and NDP and Green would all need to vote together to have a non-confidence vote. I don't even think they have the... Yeah, they do have the votes at that point. I don't think Bloc or NDP I don't think they want to go to an election again. It just happened so soon. Also, it costs a lot of money, man. It's like $750 million for Canada to administer a federal election. So I don't really agree with spending money again right away. I say let it play out, but yeah, that's it, guys. Everybody go have a good sleep, have a good evening, do what you're going to do. And I'm not sure exactly when Parliament reopens. Let me double check to see if I can find that right now. Reopen Canada. Yeah, the House of Commons calendar isn't... It's showing the last week of May. So it looks like the government's going to get about 3 weeks off before Parliament starts sitting again. And then obviously they have their July and August and mid-September time off. So, they're only going to be... Parliament's only going to be sitting for about 4 weeks before they get their summer vacation, which is a little ridiculous. But yeah. All right, guys. I will see you when I see you. Everybody have a good evening. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.